20 million farmers gaining access to climate-resilient technology and crop insurance. It will restore 1 million hectares of degraded land, and it will provide 18 million people with sustainable energy and resilient water systems. We expect an equally impactful mitigation sub-window, as we are currently evaluating 204 applications that total almost $1 billion from all ADF countries. We expect the resulting projects to consume the entire $64 million allotted for the mitigation sub-window, while also attracting $1.06 billion of climate co-financing and $1 billion of other co-financing. Finally, we will launch the call for proposals for the Climate Action Window Technical Assistance Facility sub-window today. This initiative will support our countries in designing, financing, and implementing high-quality, climate-aligned projects. Moreover, the Climate Action Window will support countries to develop their nationally determined contributions and long-term climate strategies, thereby enhancing their readiness to access international climate finance and ensuring that Africa builds a lasting resilience. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I am sure that you will agree with me that the Climate Action Window is a truly innovative instrument, financing instrument that portends great promise for delivering increasingly available, accessible, and affordable climate finance for Africa's neediest countries. The only constraining factor to date is the size of the Climate Action Window. Therefore, whilst once again reiterating our gratitude to the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Germany, and Switzerland for believing in our vision and providing the $429 million of seed capital, I would like to invite other nations to contribute to the Climate Action Window. In this regard, as its projects are Paris-aligned and ensure 100% climate finance attribution, the Climate Action Window presents a veritable channel through which countries can contribute climate finance to meet their global climate commitments, especially regarding the doubling of adaptation finance. Thus, creating a win-win situation. That is, on the one hand, the Climate Action Window will help developed countries meet their climate finance commitments, while on the other hand, the Climate Action Window will provide increased access to affordable climate finance for Africa's neediest country. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kariuki. And I think you've underscored the fact that we still have 39 projects in the reserve, so partnership becomes very critical. Thank you very much. I'd now like to turn to the statement from one of our development partners from the United Kingdom, Ms. Louise Walker, Head of Private Sector and Capital Markets Development at the Foreign, Common and Development Office. Welcome, thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues and friends. First of all, I'd like to start by thanking our hosts for this year's COP. Azerbaijan is doing a fantastic job, and if, like me, you've been welcomed many times as you on your way to the venue with a smiling young person, it's a great way to start the day. So I will miss it when I'm back in the cold heart of London. So I will not instruct you today on the problems that we have with climate. We saw the video, Mr. Kariuki really laid out the challenge in front of us. We're well aware of what that challenge is, but what I'm here today to do is really a call to action. So the UK is the largest contributor to the climate action window, and you would think I'd be saying that's a great news story. It is a great news story for the UK, but my offer here is to partners and friends, state actors and non-state actors, to beat us, to join the climate action window and step up with finance. It's a fantastic opportunity. The adaptation pipeline, we don't have a pipeline like this elsewhere in Africa. It's one of a kind. So if we're going to help farmers, if we're going to help women and girls who are most impacted by climate, this is the place to do it. And we've got some fantastic unfunded projects waiting for your help and support. So just to say that in addition to the climate action window, the UK has been active with AFDB as a partner. We've committed up to 35 million to AGEA, which is a climate resilience program with AFDB, the African Union, and our partners in Africa 50, and we're really looking forward to the projects that are going to come through that pipeline. We've committed 20 million to the Africa Disaster Risk Financing Trust, and disaster risk finance is a really important thing for us because it's a way of getting finance quickly to people when disaster strikes. So that's just a taste of what we're up to and what we're doing. But again, please join us in the climate action window. Our hands are out in partnership to you, and we look forward to working with you on this really important initiative. And thank you to our African Development Bank colleagues.
Thank you very much, Louise.
Merci beaucoup, Louise, pour avoir souligné le fait que nous avons besoin de davantage de partenaires, démontrer que nous prenons le leadership et lancer un appel à davantage, parce que davantage de partenaires nous rejoignent. J'aimerais à présent me tourner, comme on l'a dit tout à l'heure, le CW, donc les projets déjà financés ont déjà pu tirer profit des financements des fonds internationaux, mais je pense que nous pouvons faire davantage en termes de partenariat. J'aimerais à présent inviter ces partenaires sur scène. J'aimerais commencer par Makas Repnik, directeur du dispositif d'observation des
for Southern and Eastern Africa, Department of Africa Region of the Green Climate Fund. Welcome. I'd also like to invite Jacob Thopil, External Relations and Partnership Lead, Climate Investment Funds. Yun, if you could join us. Thank you very much. I'd also like to invite Saliha Dobatsky, Innovation and Programming Lead Manager of the Adaptation Fund. Last but not least, I'd like to invite Mr. Martin Frick, Director of the World Food Program Global Office. Welcome. Thank you very much. I think you've heard very clearly that in less than a year, it's actually in under a year, we have 41 projects that have been allocated funding. We currently sit with a pipeline, a reserved pipeline of about 39 projects at a value of $470 million. So I think that's a great opportunity for partnership. We are currently going through the mitigation call for proposal. We are sitting with about 204 projects. And then today we are launching the technical assistance window. So there's a lot of opportunity for partnership. So I'd like, as you come forward to give your statements, to just highlight areas where you see where we could partner together. Thank you very much. So I will start with Marcus. So Marcus, over to you.
So good morning. So Excellencies, partners, friends, we have a huge responsibility, and we only can tackle this responsibility together. It is about closing Africa's adaptation gap, or as the Vice President mentioned, making a step change on adaptation. What does it mean, closing Africa's adaptation gap? It's closing the finance gap, it's closing the capacity gap, and it's closing the data gap. And in this context, we really feel privileged of the excellent collaboration with the African Development Bank's Climate Action Window. We is the Systematic Observations Financing Facility, a new United Nations climate fund, only doing one thing, supporting countries in closing Africa's and the developing countries' world data gap. I will be very brief, but a few numbers. What do you guess? Who has more or where are more weather stations? In Germany or across the whole African continent? You guess it. What do you think? What's the compliance rate of Africa's low-income countries with the internationally agreed basic weather and climate data? 4%. Every additional weather station in Africa is 20 times more worse than an additional weather station, for example, in the UK or in Austria, where I'm coming from. So, in order to have effective adaptation, we need to have better data leading to better forecast products. And in this context, we really appreciate the collaboration with the African Development Bank, working together, closing Africa's data gap to more effectively close Africa's adaptation gap. Sincere thanks.
You need to move. Okay, thank you very much, Marcus. Those were very stark figures. I'd like now to move to Yuan Lo, Regional Lead for Southern and Eastern Africa, Green Climate Fund. Over to you.
Thank you, Edith. Thank you very much. Hello? Can you hear okay? Oh, it's okay. So it's a real pleasure to be here today, and thank you very much for the opportunity to come together with us. The Green Climate Fund, I hope you all are aware, is the largest climate fund that we have, set up under the UNFCCC. We currently have around $10 billion under our new replenishment for disbursement over the next 4-year period. The AFDB has been a key partner for us in the previous funding period. To date, AFDB, together with GCF, have signed already 12 projects, with GCF contributing in excess of 800 million, co-financing and leveraging to a total of around $1.6 billion. So this narrative of co-financing is already proven. It works. We really need to look at this and see how we get much greater leverage as we go forward. There is a lot of capital in the world, but it's not working efficiently for us. And the challenge for us as we go forward is to really look at what the real needs are of the people on the ground. And I really call to this. If we reflect on last week's election in the USA, there's a very strong message for us. We cannot be here at COP having intellectual academic conversations around climate change. We need to understand the real needs of the people on the ground who are really feeling the impact of climate impacts. So we need to be looking at livelihoods, water security, food security, health security, energy security. And what are the new economic activities that we need to move toward, the resilient new economic activities? Investing to create these new economies, circular economies, blue economies, green economies, bioeconomies, digital economies, knowledge economies. How do we move into creating these new spaces? Setting out what are the investments that are aligned with the SDGs that are going to help give real resiliency to these people at risk. And then, what is that use of funds versus what are the potential sources of funds? How do we really leverage in the international capital? Then, from a GCF perspective, where we want to come in and help in that space is to use our very concessional finance. Grants, reimbursable grants, guarantees, very concessional loans, first loss equity. We have a really wide range of very concessional financial instruments as catalysis, as catalyzing to de-risk that funds that are coming in from the private sector, from the international capital into your markets. Again and again, when I'm listening to the countries across Africa talking to me about what their needs are, there is so much low-hanging fruit of really easily implementable projects that will really make a significant shift in the economic productivity, in the financial, in giving resilience to financial assets. But we really can very quickly make big impact. So my call for you today is, please, let's look at how we create these new economies, thinking about locally led adaptation, mainstream gender, what are the real needs on the ground? How do we find the source, the use of funds to deliver that, to create those new economies? What are the risks to attract that financing in? How then to use GCF to help de-risk, to bring in that co-financing with urgency? We're talking currently in single digits of billions, but the presentation made very clear we need to be working in tens and hundreds of billions. We need to scale this up fast. We need to recycle capital quickly. Thank you very much, Edith. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for that passionate call. Allow me to recognize the presence of Minister Fatima Maran Asil from, she's the Minister for Planning of the government of Chad. You will come in later, Madam. We're just recognizing your presence later. Oh, she can't hear me. Yeah. Madam, we're recognizing your presence. We'll invite you later. Thank you very much for joining us. I'd now like to ask Jacob Thorbill, External Relations and Partnership Lead, Climate Investment Funds. Over to you.
Hello. Can you hear me? Thank you, Your Excellencies, ministers. It's a real honor to be here. Great thanks to the African Development Bank for putting this important discussion and dialogue together. My name is Jacob Topple. I oversee partnerships, external relations, fund mobilization for the climate investment funds. You heard all the data. You certainly don't need another member of a multilateral organization telling you how desperate the adaptation needs are across the globe or across Africa. What we can do is try and put our heads together as to how we leverage our various tools and instruments to maximize our collective impact on those in particular who are vulnerable and marginalized and with insufficient capacity. For those who don't know the CIF, the Climate Investment Funds has been around for over 16 years. We're capitalized at over $12.5 billion with the sole purpose of pushing the multilateral development banks to work together as a system and to challenge them to tackle some of these global climate challenges that are very difficult for them to tackle on their own. So we work exclusively through the World Bank, the IFC, the African Development Bank, our good friends here, thank you, Kevin, the Asian Development Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank and EBRD based in London. In 2008, we launched a program in which we gained incredible lessons learned called Pilot Program for Climate Resilience, PPCR. Many of you may know it. It was an over $1.2 billion program. I believe Africa benefited to the tune of a third of that, over 300 million, which leveraged an additional 600 million, very similar leveraging ratios to what Ewan shared with us just a minute ago. We are now curating a new platform on adaptation and resilience, benefiting from those great lessons from PPCR. And it's not just what we are examining from it, but it is what we're taking away from external evaluations and assessments. I'll provide the executive summary to you, which basically says, why did you stop? So I think that demonstrates that there's a great need. And we don't want to just do the same old, same old. What we're trying to do with, as Ewan noted well, very valuable concessional pots of money is to seek how we can leverage it further. We are now trying to work as a collective, not just with the MDBs as a system, but we recognize that there's other great multilateral climate institutions and other bilateral entities, all of whom have a comparative advantage. I believe the CIF is excellent at what it does, but we're in a particular laneway. We don't have direct access like the GCF does. We aren't the experts on biodiversity like perhaps the GEF is, that upholds other conventions too. And we may not have all the technical expertise of the Adaptation Fund. We're trying to curate and design this new adaptation and resilience platform for 2025 that will, at a minimum, create entry points to leverage the best expertise, tools, and instruments that the others have to offer. Obviously, that's not an easy task. The way these institutions were wired are all different, and they all have different political drivers and mandates, and to try and marry them up, hold hands, and sing Kumbaya is not easy. It isn't. But we're trying. We've held a series of international workshops over the past year to bring our friends together and learn from them, frankly, and try and benefit from their expertise and learn how beyond an action plan that we're collectively working on to do things like sharing knowledge platforms and harmonize our monitoring and evaluation indicators and data, all important things. But I think everyone here would agree that where it matters most is investments on the ground. And we're hoping that this new platform, whether it gets the benefit of each of the other institutions within the multilateral climate architecture come together or not, we hope it allows those entry points for them to join us along the way. And it's not exclusive to them. We've already started dialogues with our good friends at the food agencies in Rome. And we see this as an opportunity to create an ecosystems approach on adaptation and resilience centered around the multilateral development banks. And we know that Kevin has been a great champion of this, and we're looking forward to working closely with the African Development Bank to see how once this platform gets started, it can directly support the climate action window. Thank you very much for your time. Looking forward to working with all of you.
Thank you very much for the call to action and partnership. I'd now like to ask Saliha Dobatsi from the Adaptation Fund. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, ministers, colleagues, friends, it is a pleasure to be here, and it is my honor to share a few words on behalf of the Adaptation Fund. First of all, thank you to the African Development Bank for inviting us to this event. This is a very important issue for us. As you may know, the Adaptation Fund has pioneered direct access and has always been committed to supporting the most and serving the most vulnerable in the developing world. As this is our mission, we have often funded the first proposals, projects in countries that were usually either the first in adaptation or sometimes the first in a particular sector. And this was a way to promote adaptation action in a way that would lead others to scale it up or replicate it. And this has been the model of the Adaptation Fund. We are now a $1.2 billion fund. A significant proportion or chunk of that funding has gone to Africa. In fact, of all the regions, Africa has the largest portfolio of $465 million at this time in about 61 projects. Of course, we invest worldwide, so we have over 180 projects in 110 countries globally. But in order to better serve all continents and, of course, Africa specifically here, the question is, what can the Adaptation Fund do in order to help close the adaptation finance gap? And as a relatively small institution that tries to punch above its weight, we do see our strengths in helping to build in-country capacities. So through promoting direct access, what we have been able to do is institute a rigorous program or process of accreditation, which in its own way helps build the machinery, if you will, within countries to be able to accept and utilize funding for adaptation. This is one area where we can see a lot of potential for collaboration. Another, so it's both capacity building, which we're very interested in, technical assistance, but strengthening of institutions and building that in-country capacity to handle adaptation finance is very important to us. Another area is, of course, the projects that we have invested in, continue to invest in. We also have a pipeline that is around $500 million. It's global, not just for Africa, but there are many African projects in that pipeline. And of course, we have a portfolio of proven adaptation projects that have delivered results on the ground. And of those projects, in fact, as many have been scaled up already. The GCF, for instance, has scaled up around 20 of the Adaptation Fund projects so far. And I expect that number to grow also as our portfolio expands. So that is another area where we see scope for cooperation, and we'd be happy to think of ways in which this process can be accelerated. Our process, for example, with GCF is quite structured, results-based, so these are the sort of things that have to be built and made easier And so the other area of potential collaboration is on specific themes. The Adaptation Fund is actually one of the rare funds that does not expect or require co-financing, and in fact our policies are such that allow projects to be designed without relying on any external co-financing. So co-financing is great. We love it when other funding materializes, or if they're scaling up. That's really what we're hoping for. The Adaptation Fund, of course, can't do it alone, but having these funds that allow projects to be financed quickly without relying on external finance presents a unique opportunity to pilot and innovate. So we are able to finance projects that may have some risk involved, but we need to be able to take risks for adaptation. And so this is an area where the Adaptation Fund, I believe, has taken some or has made some strides. We have launched a number of funding opportunities that are accessible to countries that look into more innovative and also more direct approach to adaptation. So we have done the enhanced direct access, and now we're shifting gears towards, well, expanding that perhaps towards more locally led adaptation. Just at the last board meeting, our board has invited 4 of our implementing entities to prepare proposals for locally led adaptation, regional and global aggregators. One of those is actually focused on Africa. So what is going to come out of that is a series of pilot projects or small-scale projects that will, at least some of which, will have the potential of being scaled up and replicated. And this was built based on the experience we have had with the Adaptation Fund Climate Innovation Accelerator. Now this is a $54 million program or a partnership of programs that focuses on supporting innovation, local innovators, entrepreneurs, medium and small enterprises to develop adaptation or to support adaptation innovations. And by planting many seeds, so to speak, throughout the landscape of adaptation, we're hoping to nurture some initiatives that are especially promising. All those that are highly successful will need to be scaled up. We're already foreseeing some areas of potential cooperation of scaling up smaller projects, bundling, launching more aggregators regionally, even within countries, supporting their country innovation systems so that innovating for adaptation and adaptation at local level and adaptation at different levels become more institutionalized and more of a routine work of any nation, because that is what is really needed. Let's face it, the challenge is vast. We have to take a whole of society approach. We have to engage actors at all levels of the society. We have to create jobs. We have to do our best to make with what we have, and we look forward to working with you more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Celia, for that. I would now like to ask Martin Frick, Director of the World Food Programme, to give your statement. And please keep it short, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. There is no more profound human need than food. And the poorer you are, the more dependent you are on nature. These two simple observations bring me to the World Food Programme, because we do both. As a humanitarian organization, we make sure that people are not running out of food in the most dire situations. And with all of our adaptation efforts, this sometimes needs to be addressed. But let me focus on the second part, that the poorer you are, the more dependent you are on nature. If you're a rich person in a city, you buy your food, you buy your bottled water. If you're sitting somewhere in the countryside where climate change is hitting hardest, you don't have water to drink if you have an extended drought. You don't have food to eat if your harvest is failing you. What we have seen in many African countries is not only the impact of climate change, but also the devastating effects of wrong agriculture. Think about a country like Somalia. If you ask old people in Somalia, they can tell you that this country was a garden, that it was a place where fruit and vegetable grew in abundance. And we can do that again. Even with little vegetation, building up agriculture is absolutely possible. What it takes is a mix of listening to the elders, pay some respect to what people have been knowing in these areas. Because it's not since yesterday that people are living there. There's generations of generations who were able to live sustainably in the countries. Now we are coming back and we are reactivating old techniques like rainwater harvesting, composting, building up soils, having mixed systems in which trees and agriculture go together. And that makes so much more sense than, you know, all these exaggerated numbers of we are planting 1 million trees, no, we are planting 100 million trees. It's not the trees, it's whether people can live with it. So we help people planting trees, yes indeed, but we also tell them how to use these trees without killing them, how to make an income out of them, how to use the shadow of these trees to grow agriculture. Now, in times of climate change, this is not a linear development. We can build up the natural resources again. And sometimes I'm telling my friends, my organization is actually a rainmaker, and they think I'm mad. But as we know that vegetation comes with rainfall, rainfall also comes with vegetation. In the way of producing this virtuous circle of bringing back nature and agriculture and productivity to countries that typically would have this productivity, there will be backlashes. So we are combining the traditional approaches to agriculture to modern approaches like insurance schemes, anticipatory humanitarian action, but also ensuring that the children can grow up in safety, supplied by school meals. And that's what I'm aiming at and what I want to conclude with. It's all about integration. I'm very heartened by this event, seeing so many different partners coming together and saying we need to stop with this fragmented projectism here and there. We need to bring together with a large vision. We need to come together. And so WFP is not only the largest humanitarian organization out there with 23,000 people, but we take a lot of pride in partnering with more than 1,000 civil society NGOs worldwide. And this is what we need to do. We need to weave the fabric of societal collaboration. We need to bring back nature, and we need to help and support access to finance. It's a great thing that we can work through the climate action window with you, and we want to leverage that with also other climate financing opportunities, and we have heard from friends here of the panel that there is a readiness. So I think we got a great formula for moving ahead to the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for just ending us at a high note. Please join me in thanking the panelists. Thank you very much. And you can have your seats. So we'll now go into the exciting session. where we'll get an update on the climate action window and get a sense of what are these projects that we're talking about. And then after that, we will hear and get statements from the ministers who are here, who are some of the beneficiary countries that have received funding support from the climate action window. So I'd like to ask for the presentation to be put up. The update presentation on the climate action window.
Hi,
And
Edith.
that will be
Can you
taken
hear
up
me?
by Rita Effa. Rita Effa is the Senior Climate Officer of the African Development Bank, and she will take us through the presentations. Over to you, Rita. Rita is with us virtually.
Hi.
Thank you for joining
All
us.
right. Thank you. Great. Thank you, Edith. Can you hear me from the room? Good morning. Can you hear me from the room? Good morning. All right, great. So on that note, allow me to present the progress we've made so far. The funding window, which is the climate action window, is
I just
now
want to
operational.
check. Rita, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can't hear her.
Oh. Edith, please use your headset. I'm told you can hear me from the room.
Okay.
All right, can we give it a try? Can you hear me?
Okay. So she's on channel 1. Rita,
Okay.
you can go ahead. Thank you very much.
Yes, all right. Thank you, Edith, and good morning from Abidjan. The climate action window is operational, and we are happy to report that progress has been made across all 3 sub-windows. It became operational with the drafting and approval of the operational guidelines, which is the foundational document of the climate action window. The climate action window, as has been informed by our VP and other interventionists, that the climate action window was structured under the adaptation sub-window, the mitigation sub-window, and the technical assistance sub-window. And we are happy to report that on the adaptation sub-window, as well as the mitigation sub-window, we've made a lot of progress. With a lot of significant progress made under the adaptation window, as of July, we've been able to allocate 322 million to 41 approved projects. We have allocated this financing, which now forms about 75% of the resources mobilized to date. Under the mitigation sub-window, we will also allocate an additional 15%, which is 64 million, to about 10 to 15 projects. We are well underway, and by December, we hope to allocate that remaining 15%, which will bring us to about 90% in resources allocated out of the resources mobilized to date. Today, you will hear a little bit more about the technical assistance window and how you can access it. So these numbers have been presented. The adaptation sub-window, we have 80 projects in our pipeline, out of which 41 projects have been prioritized, bringing on board 170 million in climate co-finance. At the same time, we have 39 projects which we believe are investment ready, and with additional resources being mobilized, we can already finance these projects. Interestingly to note is that under the adaptation sub-window, all the sectors that we aim to cover have projects in them. Notably, the agriculture projects that cover agriculture and water also integrate climate information and early warning systems. Here are some of the projects that the climate action window is investing in, which we believe will help bring on board more climate finance to our ADF, the 37 African Development Fund countries. So just a highlight of the Africa Rice project, which is covering 13 West African countries to deliver climate smart rice innovations and digital climate advisory services. This will reach about 15 million farmers. Also importantly is that the climate action window seeks to bring adaptation finance to small island developing states, fragile and underserved regions. And these are some of the examples of projects in Comoros, in Chad, and in Burundi that the climate action window is providing financing to. And again, leveraging the fund builds on the African Development Fund through its operations by bringing on board UN agencies implemented by UN agencies, governments, NGOs, as well as intergovernmental organizations. Also, the climate action window under the adaptation sub-window has investment-ready projects, as we have indicated. What is important here is that the demand is huge. Of the projects that were submitted, the financing requested was up to 1.7 billion. Of the 80 projects that were selected into the pipeline, that forms about $800 million in total finance being requested. We have 322 million allocated so far, and we have a gap of about 925 million. Or most urgent is that we have a gap of 470 million to finance those 39 investment-ready projects. And just to give you examples of these projects in that reserve pipeline, we have a project in Benin, in Mozambique, and several other countries that we believe if we can mobilize additional financing, it can even bring greater results and impacts to our countries. On the mitigation sub-window, we received 204 projects, totaling with the request demand of 948 million. We have gone through the first screening, which is the validation, and we anticipate that at the end of the evaluation process, we will allocate about 10 to 15 projects, a total of 64 million. And we will also have a significant pipeline to which we will continue to mobilize resources to finance. And all these 204 projects cover all 37 ADF countries. What are we contributing to with these projects? We aim to provide at least 20 million farmers pastoralists with weather-based index insurance through these financing, the climate action window financing, amongst several other important indicators that we hope, or results that we hope to bring to our ADF countries. So the building blocks are in place. The climate action window is all set. We are operational after putting in place the necessary building blocks. As indicated by VP, we were able to do this under 1 year. And this shows the bank's significant commitment to provide additional, accessible, and reliable adaptation and mitigation financing through the solid pipeline and high-quality projects that we have. By the end of this year, we hope to have allocated 90% of the resources already mobilized under the climate action window, and to leverage additional co-financing from other climate finance funds out there. Thank you very much for your attention, and over to you, Edith.
Thank you very much, Rita, for taking us through that. We will now move into the ministerial session. Just to hear from two ministers, I will start with His Excellency, Mr. Asahore Konan Jacques, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development from the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. Over to you, sir.
Alors, laissez-moi rétablir une justice.
Well, let me make sure that we have climate justice by addressing myself to you in French. As we have heard everything in English, I will now make sure this is balanced by addressing you in French. Dear Chair, President, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and ministers, I would like to salute you, greet you, and especially I would like to thank the African Development Bank for this invitation to this event. Africa, as everybody has already stated here on this stage, is strongly impacted by the effects of climate change. Africa needs to finance its adaptation to climate change. But unfortunately, with one COP after another, promises are made, and yet they are not delivered. And we have a strong example here through this CAW, this climate action window for non-endogenous funding, something conceived by an African multilateral institution in order to face our needs in terms of resilience and in financing resilience. And therefore, I would like to salute the African Development Bank for this initiative, as well as the partners, the United Kingdom, Germany, who support the African Development Bank in this initiative. I am especially here because the Ivory Coast is a part of one of the first countries benefiting from this window with financing of just over $7 billion. This fund will be used to finance the resilience of our populations. Some specific activities have been identified and targeted and will be financed through this fund. I note that the implementation of this fund needs co-financing of $9 million, and I take this occasion to call upon the African Development Bank so that it takes into account what has led the other funds not to function as planned. Some funds are available, such as the Green Climate Fund and other such funds, but yet mobilizing resources is difficult for a number of reasons. And I would like that the African Development Bank to take this into account so that this fund does not meet the same fate. And I would also like to remind you that us Africans, we call upon for the financing of our activities, but we rarely have projects. We rarely have a portfolio of identified projects. And I would like to indicate that for the Ivory Coast, we have a national projects portfolio, which consists of about 300 projects, of which 53 projects are supported by some feasibility studies. Tomorrow, we will present this portfolio to the other pavilion just across the room, and I would like to invite all the partners present here with us to attend, so that they will see what we propose and offer in terms of resilience projects and mitigation projects and adaptation projects, which deserve to be included in this CAW's portfolio. Many thanks to you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, in just underscoring the fact that this is a fund that has been able to deliver quickly and be able to provide support directly to the most vulnerable countries. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite Her Excellency Fatima Maran Assil, the Minister of Planning of Chad. Welcome, Madam.
Thank you very much. Good morning, lady. Good morning, Excellencies, Minister, distinguished partner, friends, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. First of all, allow me to thank the organizer for organizing this important session on scaling climate finance for Africa. Now let me turn into French because I have some data that I want to share with you from Chad. Le Chad se trouve aujourd'hui au cœur d'une...
Chad today is at the heart of a climate reality, which illustrates the urgency to act. The numbers and figures from 2024 are alarming indeed. 119 of our 125 counties are hit by floods. 1.9 million of our citizens affected, which represents more than 10% of our population. More than 217,000 houses have been destroyed, 442,000 hectares of agricultural land have been devastated, 72,000 heads of livestock lost, 3,576 human lives sacrificed. Our situation is especially complex as this climate vulnerability is exacerbated by our geographical position and our security challenges. To the east, the crisis in Sudan leads to a massive arrival of refugees. In the north, the instability in Libya has a direct impact on our national security. In the region for Lake Chad, the terrorist threat is present through Boko Haram and other groups. And it's in this context that the climate action window represents a crucial opportunity. As the biggest reserve and biggest pipeline of adaptation projects, Africa must be an instrument for transformation for our communities and for our vulnerable communities. Nevertheless, we need to address three major issues: considerable need for financing, the implementation of our national contribution, and of our payment and necessitating more than $11.7 billion. The actual mechanisms and schemes are insufficient when we are faced with such needs. The financing gaps keep growing, and the complexity of the climate security development nexus as well as the security crisis amplify our climate vulnerability. The limited resources are solicited by many fronts. The traditional approaches are not adapted anymore. The urgence of coordinated action with the fragmentation of efforts, which reduces their efficiency. And time is pressing indeed when we are faced with such accelerating impacts. Our communities cannot wait anymore. When we are faced with such challenges, we call upon a deep reform of climate finances through the CAW, with the creation of a special window for fragile states, with a direct access mechanism that will be simplified, with the disbursement modalities that will be fast for emergency situations, as well as an adapted pledge and commitment for adaptation, which is really urgent, and a doubling of the financing that was promised in Glasgow, focusing on transformational projects, support for the national adaptation plans that must be a priority, as well as the strengthening of strategic partnerships. We need a strengthened coordination between the financial institutions, as well as the pooling of resources and expertise, and the integrated approach for climate resilience. Chad is totally committed in that struggle and in that fight. We have already revised our nationally determined contribution in 2021, and we are totally committed to a new review and revision in 2025 that will be more inclusive, more realist, and more holistic indeed. Nevertheless, succeeding with these commitments depends on our collective capacity to transform the CAW in a true instrument, an efficient instrument for the vulnerable African communities. Each day when we delay matters leads to human losses and irreversible economic damages. The international solidarity is not an option, it's a real necessity for our collective survival. The vulnerable communities in Africa need concrete actions, not simply promises. The CAW offers a unique opportunity to transform our climate approach. Please, let's seize it collectively. Let me finish with a quote.
Actually, he said, the poorer you are, the more dependent you are on nature. We in Africa are dependent on nature. And we're looking for concretization of the promises that made to Africa. Looking forward to the great formula that has been addressed here in addressing climate change in order to align our finance strategies with the continent sustainable development goal. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honorable Minister, and for just emphasizing that promises made should be promises kept. And we thank you for the partnership, and we do believe that we should be able to deliver. I'd now like to turn to the time we've all been waiting for, which is the launch of the new Climate Action Window Technical Assistance. Okay. So we now have a minister who's joined us. Sorry, I didn't get the briefing. I would now like to ask His Excellency Mr. Max Andorina Fontaine, I hope I got it right, Minister for Environment and Sustainable Development for Madagascar. Please do make your speech. Thank you very much, and you're most welcome.
Madame la Ministre, distinguished guests.
Dear ministers, dear
Talk about the climate action window, as Madagascar is one of the first beneficiary country of this new financing mechanism. And it was also a pleasure, you know, to listen to the other funds that were here before, because the climate action window answers to the lacks, to the issues that we have faced with the traditional funds, such as the GCF, the GEF, and the Adaptation Fund, in the sense that if we take Madagascar, we have stated that we have a gap of funding of around $14 billion until 2030. So we need to fill that gap. And there is this missing of funds, but there is also the way that the funds are provided through the GCF, the GEF, and the Adaptation Fund. And for those who are in Cali, the main issue that African countries faced and were stating is the governance of the actual funds. Sometimes with the accredited agencies, we struggle to really submit our national priorities. If the president of our country say, we will protect this forest, then we need to protect this forest. It's not the fund or the accredited agency that needs to say, no, you are going to protect another forest. And what we've noticed is that with the COW, the countries were really the pilot of the projects. The countries really had the keys to design the project and to choose the kind of initiative that we wanted to realize. So within the COW, Madagascar decided to finance ecotourism projects. We have many awesome protected areas. We have amazing primary forests. And with the AFDB, we are now funding and launching programs to create ecotourism in this primary forest in order to strengthen the abilities of the local population to protect the forest, but it will also create income-generating activities. It will bring revenues, create jobs inside the forest, and then develop our population. So I've been asked to give a testimony of African countries through the COW. We hope that this fund will just get bigger and bigger, because this is exactly the kind of climate funding that Africa needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We've heard your statement. You've come out very strongly that the beneficiary countries need to be on the driver's seat, and that the climate action window has allowed you to do so. So we really hope that we have more partnership for Africa to take the driver's seat. Thank you very much. So I'd like to now turn to the last session before we do the closing, which is a presentation of the climate action window, the technical assistance window, the launch of that. Over to you, James, to take us through that.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is James Kinyangi. I'm the manager of the Climate and Development Special Fund for Africa, and also the coordinator of the Climate Action Window at the African Development Bank. I will take a few moments this morning to share with you and actually put the money where our mouth is. Let me make a few points about launching this new facility, which is a facility under the Climate Action Window that is going to provide technical assistance to countries and institutions across Africa. This facility is for $56 million in the current program cycle. We hope we will mobilize additional resources to fund this facility. It provides two types of technical assistance. One is project technical assistance that will help countries and institutions to prepare their bankable projects and submit some of those projects to the institutions that you had speak here this morning, the Adaptation Fund, the Green Climate Fund, the Climate Investment Fund, as well as the Global Environmental Fund and other multilateral funds. The second one is to help countries build the environment in which we can continue to have strategies and policies that support our countries to make a transition towards providing more budgetary resources for climate finance and also to generate additional income and resources towards climate finance. Who is eligible? You are actually eligible if you're a government or a government department or institution, including subnational institutions. You are eligible if you're a department of the African Development Bank, including partners who work with the departments of the African Development Bank. You are eligible if you're a regional or sub-regional intergovernmental organization. And you are also eligible if you're a non-sovereign entity, for example, non-governmental organizations or community-based organizations or civil society organizations, but not private sector. If you are private sector, you can only participate and access the grants from the Climate Action Window if you are a service provider who is recruited through a competitive process by any of those eligible entities that access the resources. Now, today, the window is going to be open. As of 7 o'clock this morning today, the window was open for applications. So the money is available. Are you happy? Please give it a clap. So you have 3 months. It's going to close the 5th of February. Within March, we are going to do the initial screening and evaluation process. In April, we will make sure that those proposals that have been selected for the first grants are approved by our management. And in May, we shall make the announcement of those proposals that have been selected and have access resources through the first call for proposals under the technical assistance window. That is the site. It's up and running as of 7 o'clock GMT this morning. Make sure you take your time to read the guidance information that is posted on the site, together with a FAQ. What is a FAQ? Frequently asked questions. There is a frequently asked questions that is posted. There is a guidance note that is posted as to how you can apply, what types of requirements are needed, how do you structure your applications, when to send it, how to upload it, etc., and all other auxiliary information that will be required to load your application. So please take a moment to read through those and make sure you understand them very well. Lastly, this is the moment we have been waiting for. I will invite my director, Anthony Nyong, to come and make the formal declaration to open the technical assistance facility and give his closing remarks. Tony, please.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? I like this sort of events. It's not just a talk shop. It ends with where is the money, and we know where the money is. So this is very exciting. And so Your Excellencies, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the African Development Bank, we are pleased to launch the third call for proposals for the technical assistance window of the Climate Action Window. The focus of this technical assistance window is to enhance the bankability of projects that are Paris aligned and to mobilize additional resources for ADF countries. This will involve financing project preparation, so you need to know what this can cover, capacity development, and expanding green financing initiatives. Key activities include preparing and strengthening long-term strategies. I can tell you that as we speak, only 9 African countries have long-term strategies, and there are 55 of us, or 54 as the case may be. So this gives an opportunity to those countries that don't have long-term strategies to please take on board. And it also covers nationally determined contributions, whether it is to develop the third or to develop the action plans or the projects from them. These are covered there. It also helps in national adaptation plans and climate diagnostics. Many of our countries don't have detailed climate diagnostics, such that you can't go to the GCF to get resources because they ask you for those diagnostics and you don't have them. Please take advantage of these opportunities. And like James has said, applicants can apply in English or French. So on behalf of the African Development Bank and the African Development Fund, and on behalf of the donors of the Climate Action Window, I have the pleasure of declaring the third call for proposals open. Let's see the first countries that will submit proposals. And thank you. So I have 2 roles to play. One is to give you the good news that this money is available, go for it. And then also that I have to close the session. So Your Excellencies, as we conclude this important session, I want to express my deepest gratitude to each of you for your commitment to Africa's climate resilience and low carbon development future. Today we have seen the tremendous potential of the Climate Action Window, and this is a solution that was born out of necessity, which have already been explained. And it was designed to drive meaningful change for the most affected countries. We've seen that those who need the money the most are not those who normally get it. But this is targeting only the low-income countries. Please clap for yourself if you are not a low-income country, because you know you won't get these resources. The Climate Action Window, launched under the African Development Fund's 16th replenishment, represents Africa's largest pipeline of projects. It is an unprecedented effort specifically designed to channel resources quickly and effectively into the regions that need it the most. I hear 2 things. When I go to certain communities, they say, we have projects, we don't have the money. Sorry, we have the money, but we can't find adaptation projects. And I'm saying here, we have adaptation projects. So there will be no more excuse that we have money to give, but we can't find projects. We have projects here. It is a critical mechanism for bridging the gaps in climate adaptation funding, for fostering partnerships that will reduce fragmentation, and for accelerating the pace of transformative action. The progress we have made and we have seen in just 1 year is promising. Like you've been told, 322 million already allocated to 41 high-impact priority projects. A cornerstone of this technical assistance window is to be able to help African countries where they need it. We recognize that many African countries face challenges in accessing international finance due to limitations in technical capacities and project readiness. This fund is available for you. Through the technical assistance sub-window, we will support these countries in designing, financing, and implementing high-quality projects. To our donors, we say thank you. To our leaders, we say thank you. We have also heard from you on where your interests lie. Your voices underscore the importance of collaboration, innovation, and collective action in tackling Africa's unique climate challenge. So on behalf of the African Development Bank, again, I say thank you, and we look forward to more partnerships. This is a winning formula, and I want to see more people put money in. And to the COW team, I want to say thank you. The climate action window has been a very long and hectic work under GEMS. Thank you very much, everyone. I now declare this closed. Edith, over to you.
As we close, I would like to request for an official photo with, sorry? Okay, yeah. So I'd like to ask Honorable Minister Fatima Maran Asil to please join us for an official photo. I'd also like to ask Louise Walker, if you could kindly join us. And then Honorable, yes, please join us. I would also like to request Saliha Robatsi, please join us. Thank you very much. And James, kindly join. Wilbur Otichilo,
Governor from Vihiga County.
I know. Yeah, please.
DOSAF colleagues, thank you very much for your support, for connecting us. Thank you and have a great day.
Okay, and there's coffee, please. Do have your coffee. change it now.
Yeah, change. They just change it now so that we don't.
Looking forward to coming to the other gate. I will come on the phone.
Yes. Oh yeah, you have this one. Yeah, that's the one I use. Erase that one. Yeah, remove that one. Very good. Made that. And try to see whether I can. I still have your number. Just try to flash it. Yeah, shoot one. Go to the WhatsApp. Oh, you're Kenyan live. Yeah, yeah. Call me on WhatsApp. Then it's very, very. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Please, let's be seated. Please, can we have our mic on, and can we be seated, please? Please, let's be seated. We want to start. Good afternoon. Please let me know if you can hear me. Great. Please, let's be seated. We're about to start our event for today. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies. Welcome to this side event, which is co-organized by the African Union Commission, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Africa Development Bank, and AUDA NEPAD on the theme Riding the Tide of Carbon Markets, Opportunities and Challenges for Africa. Please join me to welcome to the high table our directors who will be presenting the opening speeches and remarks for this meeting. I call to the high table the Director for Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy of the African Union Commission, Director Hassan Nyambe Nyambe, please to take his seat. Also allow me to call on the Director for Climate Change and Green Growth, Africa Development Bank, Professor Anthony Nyong, to also take his seat. Also join me to welcome Director for Agriculture, Food System, Environment of the AUDA NEPAD, Dr. Esrin Fatabon, to join the high table. Last but not the least, please join me to welcome Dr. Nasim Osman, Director, Climate, Food Security and Natural Resource Division of the Economic Commission for Africa. All right. Colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to this important event on carbon markets, opportunities and challenges for Africa. Join me to welcome to the stage to give his opening remarks. Director Hassan Nyambe Nyambe, Director for Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy of the African Union Commission. Director, you have the floor. Please welcome to the podium.
Is it good morning or good afternoon? Please allow me to recognize the high table represented by AUDA NEPAD, our sister institution, AFDB, as well as ECA, or Economic Commission for Africa. We are gathered here actually to look at a topic of carbon markets. And to us in Africa, carbon markets are actually viewed as an opportunity to contribute towards sustainable development. And as you are aware, Africa by nature is actually a sink, and our livelihood or our lifestyle has actually been in harmony with nature, in the sense that we have tried as much as possible to make sure that our livelihoods are sustainable, and at the same time we sustain nature. And it's for that reason that if you look at communities who live whether in the forest or wherever they may be, they are actually taking good care of the local environment because they know that their survival depends on it. And given the vast landscapes as well as various ecosystems, whether aquatic or terrestrial, that we have, it's quite clear that we have got great potential to be able to contribute to carbon markets. And it is actually with that in mind that last year, or this year rather, we actually decided to convene member states to be able to look at issues of carbon or carbon trade, take into consideration also the ongoing negotiations on Article 6. And from that conference, it was quite clear that the continent is not ready. We have got capacity challenges, and some of the member states do not have the right legislation. And further than that, we also realize that our communities are actually not having a voice in these issues of carbon trading. And we have also come to realize that carbon trading or carbon markets should not be viewed in isolation, but actually they should also take into consideration other initiatives, other policies, and even other sectors. And it's for that reason that from the African Union perspective, we are also taking into consideration some of the frameworks that we have, such as the Sustainable Forest Management Framework, and recently we have got actually the Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, which is actually in place aimed at domesticating the global biodiversity framework. But further than that, we have got all other related frameworks, such as the Circular Economy Action Plan, which was actually adopted this year as well, which is aimed at reducing our carbon footprints. But further than that, we have got the Green Recovery Action Plan, which also puts nature-based solution as one of the pillars, including a pillar on renewable energy and just transition. So all I'm trying to say that there are quite a number of frameworks that are in place to be able to support our focus on the carbon action plan that we are actually currently drafting. And having said that, I would also want just to indicate that as a continental body, we are ready to continue to work with other Pan-African agencies, to also work with our member states, regional economic communities, and the communities who are actually involved or at the center of carbon trading. So in conclusion, just to say that we need to make sure that our communities have a voice as we embark on this carbon trading, and that's what we can say for now, and just to wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Hassan Nyambe Nyambe, Director of Sustainable Environmental Blue Economy of the African Union Commission. Please join me to welcome Professor Anthony Nyong from the Africa Development Bank for his opening statement. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Ogala. Let me start by following the footsteps of my dear brother Hassan. It's going to be very unscripted. We speak from our hearts today. And let me recognize the team there and our colleagues. Carbon markets. It came earlier. We missed it. It's coming back again. I think this is the opportunity for us to actually take the lead. And I really commend the African Union for putting African interests together, be they states, parties, organizations, because if we don't define the modalities of our carbon market, others will define it for us. And I think we've learned enough that we need to define these modalities by ourselves, for ourselves. The carbon market is good, but it's not a solution. People still need to cut down greenhouse gas emissions and not just offset. The offsetting will be good, but it also promises to bring substantial resources to the African continent. But my concerns are twofold. The first is that we've concentrated so much on our natural resources, biodiversity, forestry, under what we call the voluntary carbon market. you can't blame me tomorrow because I voluntarily gave you my carbon. And that's what it means. And I'm not satisfied with that. Why should Africa's carbon be largely or only voluntary? How can we move from the voluntary carbon market to the compliance market, where we move from selling our rich assets for $5, $6 to putting it on the market for $120 per ton as it is? Let me put this in perspective. It takes about half an acre of forest to generate 1 ton of emissions a year, or to sequester 1 ton of emissions per year. And that's what we've sold for lifetime perpetuity for $6. I think we sell ourselves short. So let's understand what the issues are. I like the carbon market. I like the fact that yes, it can bring money, but let's get a fair share out of it. Let's see how we transition ourselves to the compliance market. And the second, why are we so interested in Africa's forests? The carbon market is to enable investments for which you can earn carbon credits from it, not briefcase carrying buyers of carbon. Last year in December, we saw people swoop into Africa and bought their forests off. These are ecosystems that deliver services. Let's pay for the ecosystem services and leave the ecosystem there. But once you buy off everything, my country can no longer say that we are in net sequester, as my brother has talked about, because I've sold it off. I can tell you that Africa is in need of clean cooking mechanism. If we can address Africa's clean cooking, we will be able to abet about 700 million tons of CO2, which is about 40% of the total emissions from the maritime and the aviation sector combined globally, just through clean cooking. You can imagine energy access. You could imagine improved factories and manufacturing. We have a lot. Let's not just look for the cheap carbon to buy. Let's see how this contributes to Africa's carbon market. And to address that, the African Development Bank has gone very far in setting up what we call the Africa Carbon Support Facility that will help countries with the legislations, with the regulations, with the enabling environments to be able to play well in this carbon market, and then also provide projects financing facility for investors, developers who want to be there. We want to encourage Africans get into this space, and the African Development Bank stands by to assist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, for that opening remarks. Let me call on Dr. Esrin from Auda NEPAD, Director Esrin, for your opening remarks. You have the floor.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good. Let me just recognize all my brothers seated in front from from AFDB, from AUC, and from ACA. It's a pleasure to keep company with this gentleman over there, and welcome all of you participating in this very important event. I don't want to call it side event because it's such an important topic for the continent that calling it side doesn't even give it the full value of what we are here today. So it's really a great pleasure for me to say a few words on this topic that is of pivotal importance to our climate objectives, but also have profound potential to uplift local communities across our continent, and I'm talking about carbon markets. I think my brother Tony and Hansel has elaborated quite a bit on this, but I think it should give us some solace and pleasure that this particular COP has started on a good note with the agreement on the standards for Article 6.4 on carbon markets. It's not everything we're looking for, but it's a good start. So I think it's is something to celebrate. Also of importance at this COP is the effect to establish a new goal for climate finance that considers the needs of developing countries with a proposed minimum starting point of USD 100 million per year under the new collective quantified goals. As it has been dubbed, this is a climate COP, and so we are looking forward to see what we get from this conversation. As we navigate the complex challenges posed by climate change, it is crucial to recognize the significant role that carbon markets can play in mobilizing the financial resources necessary for climate adaptation and mitigation. I will not go through the figures, but we all have seen figures from the World Bank on the average we need to combat climate change effectively. But just to say that the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, recognized the importance of participating in the carbon market as a continent. We got a decision from our heads of state to look at the questions that Tony spoke about. What are the benefits of Africa participating in this? Because we cannot stay behind, we have to participate. But how do we participate? How do we make it work for Africa? How do we make it work for the continent? And particularly for our communities. So we are engaged together with all our partner fellow brother and sisterly institutions here to design an African gold standard that will complement the action plan that the Commission is coordinating. There are benefits, of course, with regard to the carbon markets, but we have to say the benefits of carbon must, however, extend beyond the financial gains. They are essential for preserving our rich natural ecosystems, ensuring that our forests, grassland, and wetlands can provide and continue to provide vital services. I think Tony spoke about this. We cannot outsource and forego the vital ecosystem services that our natural resources contribute to. So we need to think carefully and support government to be able to negotiate appropriate levels of programs. I think just to conclude, I recognize that I have 2 meetings, to say that today we stand at a crossroads. The discussions we have today, the policies that we implement, and the partnerships that we forge will determine how effectively Africa can harness the potential of carbon markets for the benefit of African people and the planet. We at NEPAD are committed to supporting our member states in building robust national frameworks and strategies that will allow us to engage effectively in these markets while ensuring that the voice of our communities are heard and respected. I think the key message coming from our different contributions is that the voice of our communities have to be respected. The benefits from carbon trade have to reach these communities, and our member states have to be supported to develop the kinds of programs that can enable us to participate effectively in the carbon market. So in conclusion, let's embrace the potential that the carbon markets and the opportunities that can bring as a transformative tool for both climate finance and sustainable community development. Together, we can lead Africa into a new era of economic opportunities and environmental stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Esrin, for that welcome remarks. Let me call on Dr. Nassim of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for his opening remarks as well. Dr. Nassim, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Let me first recognize my brothers and sisters, and say Tony is there, and representing the different institutions. And let me a lot. I mean, everything has been said, so I'm not going to repeat on the importance of this and the challenges that our countries are facing when it comes to carbon market. But I would like really to commend the strategic decision that the African Union Commission has taken with this last July, bringing together all the actors of the continent to really organize these markets in a very collaborative way and to build on what has been done. And what was really important is to stop this race to the bottom. I mean, we were talking about the voluntary carbon markets. We cannot blame any country that is facing financial or budgetary constraints to sell their carbon on the voluntary markets. But what we can do together is really to organize ourselves for them to get the right value of the carbon, but also to link this to the compliance market and to really move towards the sovereign dimension of the carbon market. And this for different reasons. Of course, to make the most from that, the capacity of the continent, the very important capacity of the continent to sequester carbon, but also to use it strategically. I would like first to make a link also with our regional integration agenda. Going forward, you may see that in terms of building markets, the regionalization is really accelerating. We'll have regional blocks with carbon CBAMs, carbon equivalent of CBAMs, as in Europe, carbon border adjustments. So your capacity to sequester carbon and then to include this as an input in your value chains, and in the case of Africa, in the regional value chains you are building, is also strategic for the industrialization agenda of the continent. So linking our environmental and climate agenda with our industrialization and development agenda is key. So we need to see the carbon, our capacity to sequester carbon, as also a strategic component. So we need to avoid what Africa was doing just after the independences, selling raw materials without transforming it. So the carbon also has the capacity to be transformed on the continent and to be part of the regional value chains that we are doing. Now, when it comes to the organizing the markets, what we started to do, or what we already done in ECA, is to work at the sub-regional level to bring countries together that are facing similar challenges to organize themselves first at the sub-regional level. We did it with the Climate Commission for the Congo Basin, 16 countries, to set at the sub-regional level their harmonized protocols and sub-regional registries. Now we are doing it with the African Island States Climate Commission, all the 9 island states, and we are doing it as well with the Sahel region. So and this will help the efforts now that the African Union Commission and AUDA NEPAD working on the gold standard for the common market, we contribute to that to really build this regional African carbon market. So it's the only way for us to really make the most, to stop, as I said, the rest to the bottom for the carbon market, and to really have as a target at least $80 per ton, far away from these $5–7 that we are selling today on the voluntary carbon market. The decision that has been taken on the first day at COP is a really big success and is very important for Africa, the 6.4, the decision of the Article 6.4, because this will help us now to really move ahead in our discussion with the other countries, northern countries from the north, and really to start the discussion on the sovereign and to build on this nexus or the link between the voluntary carbon market and the compliance market, or really to use this endowment for our people. So this is really important. Thanks again. I would like again to recognize the very important effort that AUDA NEPAD is doing with this gold standard and the strategic vision of the African Union Commission, bringing all the actors together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nassim, for that opening remarks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, at this point, I want to welcome my brother. Let's just give a round of applause to our directors for the job well done. And I think they can have their seats now. Join me to welcome my brother, Dr. Olufunso Somorin, to take the next session. Dr. Funsho, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. Could you please put your hands together to especially appreciate our dear brother Sam for managing that section. Now, we want to come to the heart of the matter. And this is very much about what we say if we say we're riding the tide of carbon market, what exactly does it mean? Particularly in the African context. Imagine a wave. Imagine yourself close to a sea, imagine the wave, and there's a skill set that you need to be able to ride the wave, but more importantly as well, to enjoy the riding of the wave. And we recognize that the carbon market is like a wave. And let me say this, and I think all of us here will agree that this is the second wave of the carbon economy. In the first wave of the economy, it was the Kyoto era. And we spent a lot of time understanding what it was. We spent a lot of time debating on whether we had capacity for it or not. By the time we said we were ready, the wave was coming to an end. It was over. And we barely made anything out of it. We are now in the second wave of the global carbon economy. And we call this the Paris Agreement wave, or the Paris wave. And what that means is that we cannot afford to make the mistakes of the past. There are lessons that we have learned, and we have to bring those lessons to bear. And there are opportunities we recognize, and we have to expand and scale up those opportunities when it comes to carbon market in Africa. And we do this from the standpoint that there is a role that the continent has to play in the global climate mitigation agenda. So once again, you are in the right conversation, you're in the right room, and I especially welcome all of you again. What we're going to be doing, and we're very mindful of time, what we're going to be doing in the next few minutes, we're going to start with a presentation. You've heard our directors talk about the action plan under the leadership of the African Union Commission. You've heard about the initiatives that are done by ECA and Registry. You've heard about the initiative by the African Development Bank. And we need to bring all of this together to drive the African agenda forward when it comes to carbon market. So we're going to do two things. The first, we're going to have a presentation, and we want you to learn more about the work that we're doing. I want you to be part of it. Then after the presentation, we're going to have a panel discussion. And the panel discussion is going to be very direct on some specific issues. And we also want, during the panel discussion, to make it conversational. So all of you in the audience, you'll be more than happy to join us in the conversation. So first, let me invite my dear friend and brother, Dr. Linus Mfor from Economic Commission for Africa, to start this conversation, and eventually Dr. Sam as well will come in and just give us a flavor of what are we talking about when we talk about the challenges and the opportunities of carbon markets in Africa. So Linus, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Funso, for that. And also thanks to our directors. So my job now is just to quickly set the scene, so to speak, because the reason we're doing this, and you heard from the directors, was that whilst we recognize that there are huge opportunities for carbon markets, but there's also a lot of confusion. So we just wanted to set the scene about what are carbon markets and where do they fit as far as climate finance is concerned. So let's talk about climate finance. Climate finance refers to all the funds that are needed to mitigate and adapt to climate change, and they can come from the public or private sources or other sources to support mitigation and adaptation. And the purpose of climate finance is to underpin the common principle of the Convention of the convention. The common but differentiated responsibility is that the countries that have been responsible the most for the climate impacts should be able to do more in terms of how we deal with climate. So that is very important, okay? And then the sources of climate, I will skip that because we want to go for the conversations. We know where that comes from. Therefore, carbon market is one of the alternatives of finding climate finance. The reason I'm saying this is because there has been a lot of conflation that carbon market is climate finance. Climate finance is what I just talked about. Carbon market is an opportunity to contribute to what climate finance is. So it is very important that this is understood when we're doing climate finance. And climate finance under the Paris Agreement is framed in Article 6. And we also understand, I read for you the preamble of Article 6. Article 6 says that parties recognize that some parties may choose to pursue voluntary cooperation. So which means carbon markets you don't have to do carbon markets. But if you choose to do it under Article 6, you're doing it because you voluntarily choose to do so. Therefore, carbon markets should not overshadow the idea of climate finance. And I think this is very important. So whilst we say it is important, it has opportunities, but we see that it is based on voluntary cooperation between countries and therefore should not overshadow what the principle of climate finance is all about. Of course, we have the articles of the different articles, Article 6.2 on the transfer mitigation, 6.4 on crediting mechanism, and then 6.8, which is a non-market mechanism. But the key thing that I want to emphasize, colleagues, is that carbon markets are a voluntary thing that parties may choose to do and should not overshadow the discussion about climate finance. This is extremely important. Okay? And so therefore, the purpose of carbon markets is to incentivize emissions. We heard that from our directors. Is to incentivize emissions reduction. Again, we've seen a lot of drive that carbon markets are for people to go and raise money to do development. It's a resource mobilization for climate finance. It contributes to climate finance, but it should not override all of that. The full purpose should be that emissions should be reducing. But we know we are in a COP29, and the reports keep saying that emissions are going up. So any carbon finance project should be carbon finance project that reduce emissions through reductions or removals. And I think that is very, very, very important to understand. And of course, we know that there are three types of carbon markets. The voluntary carbon markets, our directors refer to, national carbon markets where they do cap and trade systems, and then of course, the carbon markets that will operationalize once Article 6, or hopefully at this COP, is operationalized. I think I will also then just emphasize this one about the opportunities, that if carbon markets are done properly, then they provide a huge opportunity for investments, particularly in renewable energy. We heard that. Solar, wind, hydro, clean cooking, energy efficiency, in forestry and land use, afforestation, reforestation, sustainable land management, agricultural practices, agroforestry, and so on. So these are the things that carbon markets are all about, and they should ensure that there's additionality in terms of emission reductions above business as usual. There are a few more slides, but I wouldn't want to go there because I want now to pass over back for the panel discussion. But I just thought that it was important to set the scene, what climate finance, carbon markets are, how they fit within the agenda of climate finance and within the context of Article 6, and hopefully to avoid this conflation that people think that climate finance is about selling your forests to raise money at a cheap rate and so on. Carbon markets should be about incentivizing emission reductions. Incentivizing emission reductions. So I will leave it there. And then, of course, as the director said, because of all this conflation and conflicting ideas, that the African Union took the strategic direction to work with the regional institutions and other development partners to have a common understanding of what this is all about and to come up with the action plan, which my brother Sam is now going to talk about. So I will skip through the slides that Sam will talk about. So Sam, over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Linus. So I will continue from where he stopped. Our director talks about the carbon markets that was organized, the first Africa multi-stakeholder conference on carbon market that the African Union Commission organized for its member state TREX and other partners, and some of them are here. And this is, some of you can spot your face in the conference. This took place in Addis Ababa at our headquarters from 24th to 26th of July this year, where we bring all our member states together, the regional economic communities and the climate commissions, as well as other stakeholders and partners that are here in collaboration with even civil society organizations, indigenous people, and the rest. So Linus has talked about the genesis of carbon market, and we know that it's all aligned to achieving the Paris goal of keeping the temperature to well below 2 degrees and 1.5. And it's also, there is a need for that because some of our member states have mentioned in their NDCs that they are going to use carbon market as part of their climate actions. So the Africa Multi-Stakeholder Conference on Carbon Markets was a platform that was created by the African Union Commission and its partners to deliberate on issues of carbon market, the approaches, opportunities, the threat that it presents, and how do we take advantage of the opportunities therein. The objective was to promote knowledge sharing among our member states because we discover our member states were at different levels of understanding or implementation of Article 6 or issues relating to carbon market. It also facilitated dialogues among our member states and build around a consensus on issues relating to the carbon market. So on that, one of the major outcomes from the conference is what we call, and our directors talks about it, and all my colleagues before me, the Africa Action Plan on Carbon Markets, which is being driven right now by the African Union Commission, and all our partners are also on board. So what are some of the potentials? You know, some of our directors talks about it, and also Dr. Linus talks about it, is that the continent still have massive untapped renewable energy. So we're not looking only at forest, but other sources where we can capitalize on issues of carbon market and Africa can benefit from. Our natural assets and resources, the young population and entrepreneurial workforce on the continent, and then the strong co-benefit that comes with the carbon market are some of the things that we saw from the member state discussion during the conference in Addis Ababa on the opportunities related to carbon market. However, there were lessons that were learned by our member states. Like I said, there were different levels of understanding or implementation of the Article 6 and carbon market. We noticed that in some countries there are some good level of national governance now is in place. Mention some of the countries that are already ahead and they are benefiting from issues of carbon market. We also noticed that there are countries that have put regulatory frameworks in place. Also, the issues of financing, affordable financing for the suppliers, we noticed that countries are at different levels. And then issues relating to information tools to assess the project quality and integrity also came to the fore during the conference. And we got to learn from each other, member states learn from each other who is doing what, where, and how they can also all be on the same page. So like I said, some of the highlights and the challenges from the conference include the issues of technical support for staffs at the national level. We discovered that technical needs is very huge on the agenda. Capacity building is huge, and that awareness and demonstration of activities also need to go higher than what we currently have. And then that the issues of Article 6 are very complex and need to be unpacked. And so different member states at different levels are trying to unpack this Article 6 and how to cash and tap into the potentials that lie therein. And like I said, the conference adopted what we call the Africa Action Plan on Carbon Market, AAPCM. That was the hallmark of the whole event. And the member states are also looking forward to how we can take this to the next level, bringing everybody on board and all the regional economic communities, the climate commissions, and all our partners that are here. We heard our director says it's going to be a collective process. So we're galvanizing all our efforts around the Africa Action Plan on Carbon Markets. The conference also came up with some recommendations. I will just mention a few of them. That there is a need to develop regional and national actors' capacity to enhance their potentials to tap into the carbon market. There is also need for strong national regulatory framework and policies that needs to be in place. The issues of capacity building was huge because what we discovered from the conference was that most of our member states were at maybe at the preliminary level or the nascent stage of developing this framework, regulatory policies, and also putting in place several structures that will be able to help them to maximize on the benefit that comes with carbon market. So these are some of the things, the outcome from the Africa Multi-Stakeholder Conference on Carbon Markets, and we are working with our member states to see how this can benefit them and how we can all use this framework of the AAPCM to galvanize and even create a strong institution, even Africa a good standard that Director Nassim talks about. What stops us from having that on the continent? We can have also, like we also have in Europe and others, and Africa can create that regional carbon market that all our member states can benefit. Let me stop at this point and back to my brother Funsho for the next session.
Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you very much, Linus, as well. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you. So, many of you may know that today, here at this pavilion, is the Africa Day. And in the next few minutes, we will be having some of our leaders who are present at this COP attending the Africa Day, but also projecting leadership and the direction about where we are as a people, but also where we want to go when it comes to climate governance on the continent. And that's why this conversation is very timely. We're not talking about something that we are still gauging our level of interest. We're very sure that Africa has a role to play, and we're also very sure that we have something to contribute to the global agenda. I'm going to be very mindful of time, and what is important is just to have a conversation with a few partners present in this room, but also to give some of you the opportunity to engage, ask questions, and then we can take away some key ideas. Now, let me say this up front. This is the beginning of a long conversation. It's not going to end here. We are coming together to put ideas, recognizing the comparative advantage of all the African institutions and some of the partners here, but also pushing forward what we need to do differently. The idea of what we need to do differently is very important for us on the continent. So without much ado, I want to bring on stage my colleague, Gareth Phillips, the manager of Climate and Environment Finance at the African Development Bank. Please, Gareth. I also want to bring on stage Charles from Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. Thank you, Charles. And I also want to bring on stage Paul, the CEO of the African Carbon Market Initiative. Thank you, Paul. We were expecting a technical expert from Ghana to share a country-level experience. I'm not sure he's here. Okay, good. So today, forgive a very gender-balanced panel. We have reserved the questions on the other side to the other side, the other half of us. So please, I'm going to start with you, Gareth. We've been talking about this for years. We've attempted to do a few projects on the ground. In fact, for some of you may not know, 23% of the total credit in the voluntary carbon market comes from the continent. So there are a few players already in the voluntary carbon market. So the carbon market is not entirely new on the continent. I want you in a few minutes to just help us reflect on the journey that we've taken from the days of the Kyoto Protocol now, but more importantly, what have we learned and what do we need to do differently going forward? Do we have microphone or do you have to? Okay. So I think you may have to stand up.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, let's hope we can get a microphone. It will be a lot easier if we can pass a mic between us. So I don't know if anybody can help facilitate that. In the meantime, look, I'm quite skeptical about the Article 6 components, actually, and I want you to listen carefully to this. Emissions trading, it was a big wave, to take the analogy of our topic today. It was a big wave under the Kyoto Protocol because developing countries didn't have targets. But the Paris Agreement failed, sorry, the Kyoto Protocol failed because developing countries didn't have targets. Now that we have the Paris Agreement, everybody has a nationally determined contribution, and that means you need to use your own emission reductions to meet your own nationally determined contribution. Now, there has been some headroom. Sadly, we've lost 10 years of that while we negotiated Article 6, and that headroom has now passed. And as we move towards ambitious NDCs, NDC 3.0, then that headroom is decreasing. So actually the space that you have to participate in international emissions trading is decreasing quite rapidly. Now, that's very much the focus for avoided emissions. There is a slight caveat there for removals, whether that's forestry-based removals or soil, or whether it's geological forms of removal. These are very valuable removals. There's no limit on the number that you can create, and they could be very suitable for transacting under Article 6.2 or 6.4. But of course, there's very limited creation of those. We know there's issues around the credibility of them, and it will be some time before those come on stream. But by 2050, that's when we need to have large amounts of removals, because that's what the Paris Agreement is telling countries to do, to balance their emissions by sources with the removals by sinks. And Africa is a country, is a continent that can provide removals for trade through Article 6.2 and 6.4. But my view is that we should focus much more on creating domestic markets within Africa for the use of avoided emissions, to drive down the emissions from African countries to help them achieve their NDCs. And if you can overachieve your NDC, then the government is in a position to sell those excess, or that headroom, to sell that through Article 6.2 as mitigation outcomes on a bilateral basis. In terms of some of the experiences that we had coming through the CDM, this was a private sector driven initiative, and in those days I worked for an investment bank, and we had a very interesting viewpoint on investing into emission reductions. We wanted to be the Saudi Arabia of the carbon world. We wanted to produce emission reductions at $2 a tonne and sell them at $30 a tonne. We wanted to maximize our profit in the process. Now, that worked under the rules of the Paris Agreement, but as we saw, in the end, that didn't have the development outcomes that we wanted. All those profits were made in London, in Frankfurt, in Singapore, where these countries, these investment banks were all based. The money didn't come to the continent. And secondly, we had this issue around the crediting period, the length of time that you could generate credits for under the Clean Development Mechanism. Some of you may remember that was, you had 7 years and you could renew that twice to get a total of 21 years. That was very attractive for private sector investors. Under Article 6.2 and 6.4, those rules are different now. The crediting period is tied to the duration of the NDC, so it's a 5-year period. Now, the government may tell you, yes, we'll issue you a new letter when we get to our next NDC, but that's quite a risk to take, because governments change, ministers change, viewpoints change, and so on. So I don't think the private sector will be willing to take a gamble on getting a second letter of approval, which means they've got a 5-year crediting period to make their money back. And there's another difference. Under the Kyoto Protocol, the 7-year period started when you started generating emission reductions. So you had 7 years whenever you started. So if your project was delayed a little bit, okay, your cash flows were delayed, but you still had 7 years. Under the current arrangements, it's a fixed 5-year period for the duration of the NDC. So if your project is 2 years late starting, you've only got 3 years left to generate your credits. These are real risks that the private sector is going to look at, and they're going to say, you know, this country, I'm not certain I can get my project started. I'm not certain about my letter of approval. So we have to provide confidence to the private sector that these things won't happen, to encourage them to come. And that's something that we need to focus on. But I go back to my original point, is that I think that there's greater scope to work on the development of domestic emission trading schemes that create demand domestically, that you can meet with offset projects domestically. You can do a perfectly good deal in that sense. And what this will do is get you ready to participate in the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or CBAM. Particularly, this is for countries and sectors that are exporting to Europe. This is where the game is going to be. You know, you can do all you want to generate emission reductions under Article 6.2 or 6.4. Maybe you'll get $10, maybe you'll get $15. The EU Emission Trading Scheme and CBAM, if you can avoid having to purchase those European allowances when you export to Europe, you're talking about 70 euros a tonne of carbon. That is a much greater value, and it will be much more attractive to focus on avoiding those costs rather than to try to develop your own emission reduction projects to sell carbon at $10 or $15 with all the uncertainty associated with Article 6.2 and 6.4. So that is I have a slightly different take on that, and I hope that's going to generate some questions and comments, and I'm going to hand back to Funsho.
Thank you very much. I took many points away from what you said, but I think what is very important, and for most of us listening, is the linkage with the NDC. It's very important to understand that a well-written, a well-structured NDC will provide the operating framework for carbon market in any country to thrive. So we're going to pick on that point later on, but also I will definitely come back to you. I want to hear your thought about what can we do as a development bank in our role at AFDB, and also together with other partners present here, to push for more high integrity, high quality carbon credits in Africa. That is very important, and the one that is adequately compensated in the market. Now, Paul, I'm going to come to you. You are the CEO of the Africa Carbon Market Initiative. And for many of you who may not know, 2 years ago, on the margins of COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, our leaders came together and established this initiative. So I want you to reflect on the journey, the 2-year journey of this initiative. And we balance that together with the conversation we're having today by these African institutions about riding the tide of carbon markets. Please.
Thanks so much, Funzo, and Fendimi, just thank you, Gareth, for just setting the stage for the conversation. Great appreciation to the directors for their elaboration in terms of the vision, because without vision at that political and coordinated level, we'll not really be able to unlock true value in a meaningful way. Looking at the journey we've walked as ACMI, as was highlighted, we were launched in November of 2022. And since then, we're launched with a very strong focus on the voluntary carbon market space. But in our engagement with the stakeholders since that time is really a recognition that we need to broaden to a more ecosystem support conversation because of the speed with which we're hoping to see the Article 6 space growing, as well as really making sure we're providing a meaningful advisory support in terms of how can jurisdictions look at the compliance markets really effectively position themselves for that reality. I think as we look at the work we've been doing, we started in 5 countries, Kenya, Mozambique, Nigeria, Ghana, and Rwanda, where we've seen, in the case of Ghana, and glad to see we have a key voice from there, really, no? Okay. We've seen really a continental gold standard in the legal framework put in place. But it's also become quite clear that having laws in books is only the start. How are you really going to activate and operationalize that? How are you going to make sure you have an appropriate level of capacity when you look at the local audit and verification capacity, when you look at even the financial system players to be able to really complement and support meaningful growth and escalation in that space? Key in those conversations is how are we going to meaningfully work with partners to address the very substantial capacity building that needs to be addressed on this continent, whether it's at the project developer level, whether it's really making sure with an effective pool of lead auditors, so you're not expending huge amounts of money as well as expending huge amounts of emissions to fly in VVBs to the continent to be able to conduct validation verification exercises, but also trying to do that activity with people who often do not understand the simple realities in the environment they're working within, and therefore cannot fully take into account the impact realities that are on the ground, and really make sure that as we look at the aspirations of really better capturing the huge social and economic fundamentals that are often connected to projects on this continent into the pricing of African credits, that there is no doubt that when you look at the CO2 reduction and removals capacity of projects in Africa, they're great, but they're often less than the social and economic impact those projects have on the communities and environments around them. So how are we making sure we're collecting the right type of data and make sure that the data completeness and credibility to make sure those fundamentals can start being built into pricing around those instruments. I think the other key really observation we're getting from our deliberations is, without doubt, if we're waiting for global north pools of capital to tell us what is good and bad on this continent, it will always come at our disadvantage. How are we going to make sure that our local financial institutions, who have much deeper capacity to do effective risk analysis as well as opportunity analysis in the nature of projects being rolled out, to take that first step and then crowd in others, because then once others see the capital on the continent moving, they'll say, okay, if you're going to move your money, then I'll move much larger money based on your confidence indication. But if we keep expecting others to tell us where we put our own money, it really is not in our best interest. And really, how do we really make sure that as we take these steps forward, I fully hear Gareth in terms of the risks and implications as we roll out 6.4 with that kind of fixed 5-year term. But to what extent can we, as we evolve even the overall market ecosystem in our space, to make sure we're maximizing lessons learned so that we're optimizing integrity, clarity, and really confidence in what's being put in place, because data quality in the rollout, whether even when it's VCM. I love the point when an earlier panel that when we say that voluntary markets cannot be about, you should not have an option around being voluntarily not complying with a standard when you look at regulatory requirements. I think we're seeing great steps being taken in jurisdictions like Egypt, where they've rolled out regulated voluntary carbon markets. And it's really those layers that really start catalyzing a level of confidence and willingness to participate in the space we're providing. Thank you so much, Lorenzo.
Thank you. And it's good to hear the perspectives on how we define things for ourselves, but also how we negotiate our entry into the global market, and ultimately how we can bring about the change that we need with respect to pricing, with respect to quality, and the conversation around integrity as well. So, Tidjane, right? Thank you very much for joining the party. I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to come to you last, and I want you to reflect on, you've seen some of the recommendations from the action plan, and some of them conducive environment. What does it mean? I want you to help us get a sense of how do we do them? What do we need to do within a short period of time, based on the experience of the work you're doing at out in NEPAD. So I'm going to come to you, but before you, I'll call on Charles. Charles, you represent a Climate Justice Alliance, the whole network of civil society organizations pushing and advocating for fair and transparent climate finance framework for the continent. And you hear Lionel say that, look, the carbon market is not the opposite of climate finance, okay? It is part of it. And it's first a voluntary mechanism, first and foremost, even the so-called compliance market in a way. So I want you to help us understand some safeguard issues that we need to be mindful of as we build a framework that works. A framework that works for Africa. What are those, safeguard issues that we need to know? What are the holes, the pitfalls that we must avoid, we must anticipate and avoid? But more importantly, what do we need to do differently in engaging, particularly given that some of the projects are going to happen with local communities?
So thank you so much, Dr. Funso, for this opportunity. And allow me to argue like a layman, because we do represent the farmers, we do represent the indigenous people, and therefore we represent their voices. And I want to say that carbon markets, like you were told here by Professor Anthony Young, it's not a new concept. We were in it in 2006, 2007, and CDM was here with us. But one of the big questions that we must ask ourselves as we go to the second wave, have we taken our lessons? Are there some clear success stories that we can talk about, particularly in the continent, that we are so proud of, and that we can be able to embrace and say that we can probably do it better, probably in the next phase of carbon markets? And now countries are running into committing millions and millions of hectares for carbon markets, yet I think Dr. Reiners told us here that we still have things that are still very, very, very gray, and that we must actually focus on first and foremost before we really can embark really on the second wave of carbon markets. But allow me to argue as a layman, Dr. Funso, and give you some few figures here that are not necessarily scientifically driven, but I was trying to do some little bit of arithmetics. Now, let me pick European Union for lack of a better example. The total GDP from the European Union in 2020 was about 15.3 trillion US dollars. That is the much they produced. But the emissions that were also produced within the European Union was about 2.54 billion tons of carbon equivalent. And while acknowledging the fact that maybe not every sector contributes to emissions, this will tell you that in actual sense for every ton of carbon dioxide equivalent produced, European Union generated about $600. But think about it this way, that 1 ton of carbon equivalent, on average, is actually trading at around $5. Now you can imagine $600 in terms of production, and somebody is actually only paying about $5 probably to clean whatever emissions that are coming up. In other words, we'll continue seeing a lot of development, but in terms of how much is being paid in terms of clearing the emissions that are coming from that development, it's way, way, way too true. And if you're talking about carbon trading, then this is business. In business, there is investment, but you also invest expecting returns. And the question that we must ask ourselves is the payment that is coming in terms of the amount of money that is being paid for every ton of carbon equivalent commensurate to the investment. I was reasoning and looking through a certain investment somewhere in a certain country where 2 million hectares have been committed, of grazing land, for carbon markets, and in 10 years, the communities were able to generate about 350, thousand US dollars in 10 years. And looking at that income per capita, you can not help but think through, then does this business actually really make sense to the communities? And I'm coming now to the issues of safeguards in this particular regard. If carbon markets have to make sense, the first thing that we must really address, and I think it has been pointed out here, we must look at the amount of money that is being paid for every ton of carbon equivalent vis-a-vis how much we actually, investing. I think Professor Nyong also indicated that for every, 1 ton of carbon equivalent, you have to commit about half an acre for 1 year. Now, you must actually look at what we are saying, or what we normally call the foregone, opportunity as a result of investing in carbon markets, for example. If I'm going to plant my cassava in that half acre of land, in 1 year, how much am I likely to generate? Vis-a-vis keeping a wood rot with a view of only probably, sequestering carbon and getting some little bit of coins. I think the question of pricing must actually be addressed, but we must also ask ourselves, who are the ultimate beneficiaries, even with the little that is coming in form of tons of carbon equivalents? Are the project proponents engaging in proper benefit sharing mechanisms with the communities? Or are we looking at a situation whereby the communities are getting some little bit of money and the project proponents, who may not necessarily actually come from that particular country, get the entire amount of money? We must look at that to ensure that communities are not swindled and that communities are able to get whatever they actually deserve. But if we are going to look at carbon markets also as a way of carbon removals, we must also ask ourselves, IPCC tells us that we must reduce our emissions by a whopping for 3%. Now, if we have to reduce our emissions by a whopping for 3%, by just trading emissions, are we just getting net effects in terms of the emissions, or are we seriously reducing our emissions? Because if I can continue producing 1 ton and getting $600, what is going to motivate me in cutting my emissions if somebody else is actually really sequestering that carbon? Then the other thing is how much or how is this money coming to the communities? We are getting to see situations whereby the amount of money that comes to communities comes in form of a certain community project, say maybe a water project, a school somewhere, a dispensary somewhere. And sometimes I do ask myself, if I said you to go and sell a cow for me, do you go and sell that cow and buy a bicycle in return and you present a bicycle for me or to me? I mean, we must involve communities in terms of reasoning together and getting to see which kind of investments would make sense to the communities. We don't just make choices in terms of what communities need, but we must actually, in actual sense, produce, or engage communities in terms of exactly what they need in terms of investments, coming from carbon. But most importantly, we must also address transparency issues. We have had cases where project proponents, of course, overestimate deforestation, for example, so that the amount of money they get is much more than, in actual sense, the amount of carbon that is actually sequestered. So transparency issues must be taken into account, but at the same time, we must also look at human rights issues in relation to these investments. When we remove communities from certain region because you have a carbon project, are we taking into account, their livelihoods? Are we taking into account their cultural, rights, for utilization of that particular resource? Or are we involving them in a way that they also own some of these particular, projects? Allow me to stop at that particular level, but also mention that we must also make sure that there's justice in terms of ensuring we have our very own scientists. We need to have our own verifiers. We have to have our own, validators. I remember we had a carbon project sometimes back in 2006, and we had to actually wait for months to secure a consultant from outside the country to actually come and actually be a validator for that particular project, because there were very few at that particular time. But even today, how many Africans do you have who can actually be able to, very well do verification and validation for a project? So that's also a justice issue. We must embrace technology transfer to ensure that we are training our in-house, technocrats to support these processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well laid out. Thank you. And I'm sure we've all picked some ideas in there. Now, I'm very mindful of time. It's about 10 minutes to 1, and we want to bring this to a close in the next 15 minutes. I'm going to invite our last speaker, but we may not have the time to have another round, but obviously there are going to be questions, and I want you to reflect on those questions. Now, as you reflect on the questions, I also have one question for all of you. Despite these challenges, despite the lessons, what do we need to do to make it work? I want us to focus on the opportunity side of this conversation. It's very important that we're mindful of the challenges, and we must take cognizance of the realities on the ground. But beyond that, over and above that, what do we need to do to make it work? So good point from all of you. Please join me in welcoming our last speaker, who's going to help us reflect on some of the recommendations and what we need to do going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me here, and thank you for the commission for the work that's been done. I think my work has been made easy by the three gentlemen that have been here. About a year and a half ago, we did a study to actually understand the maturity of the carbon market in Africa. Luckily for us, we had to rely on people like ACMI, who were very gracious in giving us the information. You guys all know the gist of where we are. The market is not quite developed on the continent, with only 5 countries accounting to about 65% of the credits that have been realized on the continent. Now, the more important part of the study that came out was the absolute need for capacity building. The gentleman who is the farmer, representative of the farmer, has said everything we need to say. The only thing I would say is that this is not a justice issue, this is a market issue. On the continent, we have to be better prepared to negotiate our own share of this market. Better prepared means that we have to have capacity at the policy setting level. We have to have capacity at the verification level. Ultimately, there are many lessons to come out of the let's go back a bit, right? So post-World War II, when there was a divide and conquer in the world and resources were being accredited to dollars, we did not have a chance to sit at that table. All the lessons that have come forward into the carbon market, we now have a chance to sit at the table and negotiate how we want the market to play. In negotiating that, capacity is important. In negotiating that, some kind of standard for the continent that speaks to a contextual solution in each country becomes important. So it's not enough that, like the gentleman said, there is opportunity cost. It's not enough that you're taking 2 million hectares of farm and asking people to sequester carbon, but the host community knows nothing about the project and you determine how you pay them. Economic policy, economic theory says people would always prefer cash because it gives them choice over a project. So if you were to contextualize some kind of standard in that country, that would speak to that standard. So in the work we did, we said, listen, we want an African gold standard. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel, we're trying to build on the wheel. We are saying that we want to domesticate the verification. We are saying that we want to domesticate the flow of funding for these projects. We are saying that at the national level, the policy setters, the policy makers who are meant to carry on policy over years must understand what it is they are going into and how they are negotiating with the rest of the world. And as part of that policy, we are saying you cannot come onto the continent and have people wait 3 months, 4 months for verification to be done. We are saying that that body of knowledge and that science has to come from each of the individual countries. So it was very impressive that NEPAD had asked that this be done. It's very impressive that there has been collaboration amongst the blocs. ACMI was very important. The East African Carbon Alliance was important. West African Carbon Alliance was important. They all contributed to the studies that were done. So in answering your question, I think that yes, a deepening of capacity is necessary. But more importantly, the policymakers from each of the countries have to get involved to determine how the projects are designed, how the projects are verified, and how the projects are executed. Thank you.
Brilliant. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much. And this conversation, you can definitely see it's a very hot one, even from here, because there is a social cost of carbon in the African continent that we must recognize. And pricing is a key element of that. And the current $5 to $10 does not come anywhere close to the social cost of carbon. So it's very important that the pricing is correct. But more importantly as well, we must recognize the agency that we play, the role that we play as a key actor in this, in our ability to build the capacity that we need, in our ability to put the right policy incentives in place, but also in our ability to bring together the key stakeholders in being able to marshal what we want. So good. Now this is now your time for you to participate. Please, we want you to join this conversation. Kindly introduce yourself, your organization, and straight to the point. And if you're directing it to any of the speakers, that is fine. If not, we'll definitely find a way to answer the question. So we want to take about a few questions right now. Please. So there's a microphone here going around.
Hi everyone. My name is Tom Schroeder and I'm the head of environmental products at EDF Trading. We're part of the French state-owned utility EDF group. I commend the participants of the panel. It was very inspiring, especially Gareth and Charles, and also the gentleman with the justice angle. I wanted to make a comment here really on what Charles was saying in that the revenues from the development of carbon projects and then the generation of these credits need to be shared equitably. That's fully true. I just also wanted to point out that carbon is a catalyst for change, right? And a catalyst that is supposed to, in a way, also preserve existing ways of life and habitats and homelands. So, of course, it's a resource and it's a revenue driver for the African continent, but it's also a way really for people to be able to reconnect or to stay connected with their homeland. So it's not just another resource that we should try to maximize and export and sell at the highest cost. But it's actually, I mean, if you think of all the environmental, social and economic co-benefits, it's something that should really help build autonomous and responsible and emancipated nations.
Thank you. That's one question at the back.
Ok, merci beaucoup, panélistes. Moi, c'est Raoul Balogun, je viens du Bénin.
Thank you so much. I come from Benin. I would like... we've lost the sound. The French interpreter can't hear the question. The microphone is not working. We apologize for that.
Interpreter.
It's good? Good now? Ah, excusez-moi, je disais tantôt que je suis Raoul Balogun, je viens du Bénin, du Noir.
My name is Raoul, I come from Benin.
Please stand up.
Merci beaucoup. Je m'appelle Raoul Balogun, je viens du Bénin, du Noir.
Thank you. My name is Raoul Balogun. I come from the Dras in Benin. Thanks to our speakers. I would like to get some advice from our speakers about how the local NGO could position themselves on the carbon market question, but how to help the local communities to better leverage those carbon markets. Thank you.
Good question. Thank you. Gentlemen, did you get that? How do you help local communities to participate in the carbon market? Great. Do we have any questions? All right. Okay, there's a question over there. And then we're going to move this side.
Hello.
Could you please stand up?
I congratulate the panelists for the very insightful presentation.
Please. Thank you.
I congratulate the panelists for very insightful presentation and discussion of the matter at our hand regarding carbon market in Africa. My question goes to the director of the Carbon Market Initiative, the CEO of the Carbon Market Initiative. He was just highlighted that there was like 5 countries contributing, or there is like 5 countries who are doing real well on carbon markets in Africa. Kenya, Mozambique, Nigeria, Ghana, and Rwanda. I was just asking, how about other countries? What are they plan to make them benefit from the carbon market? Because like Tanzania, we have a very huge opportunity of carbon market based on the biodiversity, the soil carbon, and the like. How can we support us on issue of engaging well in the carbon market?
Thank you. Good question. So that's for Paul. We've got one hand here. We're going to take one question, then we can give the gentleman time to answer.
Bonjour à tout le monde.
Hi everyone.
Une association des jeunes.
I'm heading a youth association. We realize tree planting activities, trees that we give for free to the population.
nous faisons des activités chaque samedi de plantation des arbres dans tous les mondes.
Each Saturday, we involve the youth to plant trees. We involve the police, the military, and other authorities involved in these activities. And today, the full Burundi is green, except from the houses and the schools and the roads. The rest is green. What we want is that Burundi could leverage the carbon credit. So how could we proceed? Because
Chaque samedi, il organise
our government and the head of state himself organize activities each Saturday. The different ministries, the environment ministries, the defense ministries are contributing. All the different ministries in Burundi are involved in this initiative. So we've already planted some 50 million trees so far. So I would like to ask you, how could you help us help Burundi to leverage the carbon credits?
Linus. Okay.
Thank you. It's actually not my question. There are people online, so someone sent a question and asked me to pose it.
Brilliant. Please read it
Very
out
good.
for us.
So the question, the last speaker said that in fact the pricing question is not a market issue. Sorry, it's not a justice issue, but a market issue. Now, when you create markets, you create private sector-driven lobbies. They lobby against regulation and paying corporate taxes and so on. This is a loss of income and compromises social programs. So how can this not be a justice issue? There is a power issue caused by the corporates. That's the question. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. So you got the Tijan. So the question about, is this a justice issue or a market issue? Maybe, okay. So now I think in the interest of time, we're going to take the questions. I think some have been specifically directed to some of you. Please attempt that. But I also want you to give your final words about where do we go from here. That's my own question to all of you. I'm going to start. Yes, we have the microphone. You don't have to stand up. So please, I'm giving you 2 minutes each.
So for me, address a couple of those points. On the first point from Tom on the pricing and this equitable distribution, it's very interesting. The pricing model for carbon projects is one where you need to project. Is the microphone working?
You may have to stand up.
Oh, I may have to stand up. I don't know what difference that makes, but it seems to work. Or let me come. Yeah. Look, the pricing model for these is you develop the project, then you need to raise capital. A local bank, a commercial bank, they don't know anything about carbon, they won't lend you money. You end up borrowing money from a specialist investment bank, typically based in Europe. They give you $10 million to implement the project, and they say, okay, we'll take your emission reductions back. And they value your emission reductions at $5 a ton. They take them back, they aggregate them, they parcel them up, and they sell them for 30. They make the profit, and you just make a living. You just get enough money for your project. And that's where there's a failure. So this is the first point that we can do at the African Development Bank, is create a fund that will lend to project developers, or to put a guarantee in place that would enable other financial institutions in Africa to lend to the project developers. So you can borrow dollars and sell your carbon credits and then repay the loan. So that's a really important thing that we can do. The second thing that we can do is must provide support for technical assistance. And this means we need grant money. We have to raise that money from donors so that we can help project developers build their capacity. Let me talk briefly on how to help the local communities to take their carbon projects forward. Go and talk to your national authority, the NDC authority, whoever it is who's preparing your NDC, and find out what projects they want to support. Where is there room within the NDC for you to create projects that could trade carbon credits? Because if you're doing a project that is captured in the NDC, they're not going to give you a letter of approval because the country needs the emission reductions. So find a project that's outside the scope of the NDC and you can do that. And for your tree planting in Burundi, I would recommend that you look again at the national inventory. Burundi should be starting to sequester carbon from those trees that you've planted, and it should be enabling you to meet and exceed your NDC commitments, which means your government would have mitigation outcomes to trade, and they should be able to sell those and recycle some of those fundings back to support the tree planting activities. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gary. Good answers. Charles, over to you. And your final word as well.
So thank you so much. I'll be very quick. I'll be responding to a comment by our colleague here. And he raised a very, very important point that beyond the money question, we must also look at the non-carbon benefits that comes, of course, with these investments. And I know Red Plus is a good example, whereby we argue in Africa that at least it gave us an opportunity to sustainably manage our forest and also encourage, participation of communities, in preservation and protection of their forest ecosystems. Those are non-carbon, benefits, of course, that come from this, and that is well taken. But we must not lose sight about on the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is we have a whole 43%, emissions to reduce by 2030. If we have to keep the 1.5 degree, temperature goal alive. And we're asking ourselves, do we want to make the carbon credits so cheap to the extent that whoever is emitting from whoever is emitting can continue emitting because one can pay cheaply? In any case, if not for anything else, the carbon credits must be very expensive to the extent that motivates the producers to think about better sustainable methods of production without emitting so much. But if I'm going to emit because somebody else is sequestering at a throwaway price, then I think we are losing the main goal of keeping temperature rise below 1.5. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is also very important, the balance between domestic emission reduction in Annex 1 countries and opportunity for offset in developing countries. Yes, over to you.
Thank you so much, Funso. I cut you off mid-sentence. Too much eagerness in coming up to address the key issues being flagged. I think first I'd start with what do we need to do to move forward in a constructive way. First and foremost, we need to make steps to build greater alignment in terms of policy and legal frameworks on the continent. Because even when you look at the demand side, they have a lot of anxiety when they have to only deal with the country rather than an opportunity for multiple sectors, multiple types of products. And when we're able to build a bit of cohesion in how we're approaching this as a regional or continental approach, it then creates almost a better marketplace. But to this point around how we're going to address the pricing fundamentals, I think first and foremost we must start with driving very strong messaging that credits are about behavior change. And we need to speak as a continent that if cheap credits just being acquired from Africa, it is not translating to any meaningful behavior change in the acquisition areas. Doing that argument as a country is not practical. We need to speak as a continent, that there needs to be at least a minimum credit price to advocate for meaningful behavior change so it can get catalyzed. But how we contribute to that is taking steps towards better looking at how we're going to support better data collection to allow for the co-benefit elements to start being factored into pricing elements, so we start capturing really the social and economic impact of these projects on their environments into the price of those credits. But to do that, we must take steps to build our increased local capacity, both on not only the project developer side,
but addressing the huge gap in validation and verification capacity in our space. So reduce the reliance on foreign resources coming in to do that verification and validation out of context without a full picture of what's really going on the ground, and better capturing those realities. But I do think we must push local capital to set the tone and crowd in other capital, because until we show our risk appetite, show them that we have better capacity around opportunity assessment, that other capital will not come, or if it comes, it'll come at adverse terms. But just finally touching on the critical point around what do we do to really better insulate communities, we need to advocate for much clearer regional or national guidelines on what exactly is the process for free and prior informed consent. People can land, call people on 1 day's notice, give them a few free things, and tell them we got consent. We need to set clear guidelines as to what constitutes FPIC and empower people to be able to give informed consent, to be able to give that, those next steps. Finally, no, I think the other points have been made very, very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm putting you under enormous pressure. Sujan, please.
Thank you very much to the question that came online. The issue of justice versus market, I think the three speakers before me have said it. If this issue is about taking up the price of carbon, this issue is about getting financial tools that get more liquidity in the development of projects, more liquidity in the payouts, and the establishment of some kind of market, then it is no longer about justice. It actually is the economics of demand and supply. Now, it's not about, I'm not talking about countries' internal strife between private sector and public sector. I'm saying for the carbon market in Africa to be solvent, we need to treat it as a business. It is demand and supply. Financial tools will be involved. Guarantees will be involved. FPIC will be involved. Justice is believing inherently that the next person's amount of compassion equals the problem you have. We don't want that anymore. That's tokenism. We want to play at this table at the level that the big boys are playing. And that's what we're advocating for when it comes to building capacity and developing a standard on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. You agree with me that this has been a very rich conversation. Please put your hands together for our panelists. Thank you, all of you. It's very difficult to summarize this conversation, but I took away some key points. So if you bear with me, I think there are three shifts that need to happen on the continent quickly. Number one, we need a policy shift. We need the right policy framework that provides the guidance on what it is and what it is not, that provides clarity on how to engage, but also provides the engagement model for all the partners, and incentive structures as well. We need market shift that is very, that takes the reality of the pricing. The current pricing is not enough, it's insufficient, and we need a shift in that. We need a shift in the demand and supply, and we need a shift on placing premium on quality. And thirdly, we need capacity shifts on the continent. We need to be able to think about this as an opportunity to supply capacities to the market. We can create opportunities for jobs, we can train people. So I'm going to beg you to stay for a moment until we bring one of our directors to close this event, and then we're going to have a group photo. So please join me in welcoming the Hauda NEPAD director. You're arguably the most balanced gender and female in our group. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really, let me thank everyone for the very rich discussions that we've had. The contributions from all the panelists have been amazing. I think we've had a very, very rich conversation. Now, we don't want this to just end here. And on behalf of my fellow directors who were at the opening, we want to look at the next steps. And to your question on, what do we see doing next? I think I agree. Let me just say I agree with the what has come from the panel, that this is a market issue. But I also want to agree with my brother representing the farmers that yes, the conversations that we have had on pricing and the benefit trickling going to communities can be also seen from a justice point of view. So we would not dismiss and just focus on the market factors, but also make sure that that market factors is influenced by the need to make sure that the right benefits are going to the right stakeholders. That said, it's been so rich, and you mentioned the three shifts: the policy shifts, the market shifts, as well as the capacity shift. So we are committed through the work that we are going to be rolling out the next several months to involve all of you in defining the action plan that the AU is coordinating, work with all of you, with all the expertise that is here, to set an African gold standard that will address both that market, policy, and capacity shifts that we need. We will also work with all of you, that's AUD and NEPAD will really work with you to do the gold standard and the capacity. Our colleagues at the Commission will do the action plan with all of us. And of course, Easier mentioned the registries that they are working on. So the institutional structures that we need in our countries will have to be addressed. So 2025, given the interesting decisions that we are getting from COP29, I think will galvanize actions from all our institutions to get African ready to participate meaningfully in this carbon market. So thank you all so much, and we'll be calling on all of you with your rich experience to help us to define the gold standards for the continent and the action plan that the continent needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Please, before you go, Director, please, we want you to join the group photo.
fini? C'est bon?
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, can you hear me? But you have to tell them they have to put their. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Commissioner says she can hear me. Hello? Maybe it's off. Hello? Huh? It is. It's red. Hello? Can you hear me? Excellencies, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you have to wear the, where is it? She put the, this país pone the here. I would like to announce that you should collect the earphone. Where? From the room, you can get it from the room here. You can get it from the room. From the room they have the headset. Hello, you can collect your headset from the room. Come and say.
Please, people can also use the Q code and scan on the wall there and use your phone and earphones, personal earphones.
So we have to wait for them to. I'm going to. Huh? Oh. Call. You have to introduce me for me to. I said you just say that
wait for them to.
Another
now it doesn't matter. Go ahead. Otherwise, we'll wait forever.
Can we get the meeting to order? Please, we are going to start, and my job is very simple. I would want to kindly request you to take your seats. And on that note, I have the honor and privilege to invite Her Excellency, Ambassador Josepha Sako, the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment of the African Union. And she will actually be moderating this session. And Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name, if you don't know me, my name is Josepha Leonel Correa Sako. I'm the Commissioner of Agriculture, outgoing Commissioner of Agriculture, Rural Economy, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment of the African Union Commission. So I would like, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. Let me welcome all of you to the African Pavilion and the African Day high-level event. As you may be aware, the African Union, in collaboration with its partners, at almost all the COPs, we do organize the Africa Day, so that it will serve as a platform for us to interact, share showing cases and lessons learned. This year, we secure a dedicated space for called Africa Day to showcase high-level political commitment. Africa's initiative in a global climate change discourse and an opportunity to address common concern amongst all of us, especially for this COP on climate finance. We all know that climate finance is really an urgent issue that we have to address. We know the problem, we know the solutions, we have all possible strategy, policies, projects, but the problem, the core problem, is really to address how we can get access to finance, how we can invest in this important thematic, which is climate change. And we all know how climate change is really devastating our economy, lives, livelihood of our people. So it is important for us to really come out of this COP29 with really a decision how Africa can get access to all this climate change, a good mechanism for us to start implementing our priority in Africa, which is adaptation. With these excellencies, it is my great honor and privilege to have you all, because you took your time. We know that you are very busy. There are a lot of activities going on around during this COP, but you took your time to be here and share with us, how we can get a solution for these climate actions on the continent. Thank you for accepting our invitation to attend this special section, despite your busy schedule. So with this, let me start session number 2. Session number 1, the opening remarks. We start the opening remarks with Mr. Let me see the name. We start the opening remarks with Mr. Mukhtar Babayev, the COP 29 president. Mr. Mukhtar, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for the introduction, with a slight difference. So I'm Elnur Sultanov. I am COP CEO. I am part of the COP team. COP President Mukhtar Babayev sends his greetings, and he was looking forward to be part of this great discussion, but that honor actually was transferred to me, and I'm very happy and very honored to be with you here together. I will be making several remarks, and I will be also apologizing to you that I will have to leave early, as I have another meeting in 5 minutes time actually. I believe there will be a lot of numbers that distinguished speakers will be referring to. So therefore I will skip that part and probably emphasize about 5 points and then finalize. First, we keep talking about common but differentiated responsibilities. But I think in this environment, this honorable environment with you from African continent, we should be talking about the mirror image of that. We should be talking about common but differentiated rights. And those who are at the bottom ladder in terms of responsibility are also at the highest ladder in terms of rights, right? And if we talk about responsibility in terms of action to be taken, we should be talking about rights to be supported. And I think, to me, African Union and African continent countries are the best examples of this. But at the same time, of course, these different common but differentiated responsibilities and rights, among all the continents, Africa is the best example. But at the same time, we should be mindful that within Africa, there are also those who are needing the help most, not the help, I don't like that phrase, but the support so that they deserve to get, so that they can tackle the climate crisis that they have almost nothing to do with. I understand that, and I also totally agree with the moderator that mitigation is something we cannot do without. But in the case of Africa, there are pillars of the Paris Agreement. In the case of African Union and African continent, I would love to start with adaptation first. All right, again, this is harking back to what we were talking about, who is responsible for what and who has right to what. So in that sense, adaptation is as important, but I would again start with the adaptation first in the case of Africa. And if there are sensitivities about mitigation, if there are sensitivities that adaptation could be tied up with climate resilient development, fine, perfect. Especially climate resilient development is the best part of that. But we can be talking about this golden triangle, right? We don't have to sacrifice one for the other. There could be so many projects that are tackling adaptation with an eye to climate resilient development and also with an eye to mitigation in case somebody conditions their support to the importance of the mitigation, because there could be projects, hydro dam projects that is tackling mitigation in terms of renewable energy, that is also tackling adaptation in terms of helping with the floods, helping with the droughts, and also is definitely serving both ways to climate resilient development. So I don't think that should be something that should be prejudicing us vis-a-vis adaptation. And my fourth point is, actually, we look at the world and the greatest problem we have is about not having low emissions development models in the world. And instead of finding and trying to find that role model in the developed part of the world who has already invested into the high emissions development model, why not to find that role model in one of the not so developed countries, for instance in the African continent? Because we do have in international relations the examples where with significant and creative support a country's profile changed in one generation. Take South Korea. What about making 1-2 African countries the next example of the international support to develop and to show everybody that we can build a low emissions development model? And this is the case for us to look at as I don't want to say test bed because it could imply certain negativities, but I think to me for a role model, for low emissions model, an African country or countries would be some of the best examples out there. And fifth point, and I'm finalizing here, please, as you know, the motto of the COP29 presidency's vision is enhance ambition to enable action. By enhance ambition, we ask everybody, I don't want to say in the case of Africa, national adaptation plan. So of course it's NDCs, LTSs, NAPs and BTRs. But in the case of this context that we are having, NAPs will be very important to us, also as part of NDCs that are due next February, but also NAPs by 2025, because that gives us a lot of power to push forward with those solutions, including first and foremost new collective quantified goal. And lastly, this is, I exhausted my fifth point, but still what impresses me, I'm coming from the post-Soviet space and we have been isolated from the world. What impresses me about the African continent is how refined they are in speaking the language that the world understands very well. How good they are, how professional they are, how sophisticated their claims and how sophisticated their models. In what a sophisticated manner they are able to talk to the world. So that kind of sophistication and professionalism and refinement is what we need really to convince everybody to deliver on the pillars of the Paris Agreement and first and foremost, new climate finance goal. Thank you very much. I will have to leave now. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mukhtar, and for your good contribution and the point you raised. Although you are going because you have other issues pressing agenda, let me really congratulate his remarks and the points he shared with us. Africa is an example of all these impact of the climate change. The mitigation is not really our priority for Africa. We should concentrate more on adaptation. since Africa is really the first case that, the region that is hit by the impact of climate change, you also share with us the low emission model. I think this is very important for us to explore because we don't have a low emission model, and in our continent, since today is the Day of Africa, that is where we can most focus. So with this, let me now, this wrap up, let me now invite, call Dr. Mitika Mwenda, Dr. Mitika Mwenda, the Executive Director of PACJA. As you may be aware, Dr. Mitika Mwenda has extensive experience in climate change, policy advocacy, and work to catalyze transformative change in community and the civil society level. Dr. Mitika, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Sako, I believe you are not outgoing because we are going to be with you for a longer time. You are just transitioning to another role. So I look forward to seeing you and working with you. So ladies, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Let me start first by thanking all partners in this very important day, from governments and non-state actors who are working together to elevate Africa's interest here at COP29 and in the international dialogue on climate change. It is essential that Africa's voice is clearly heard at this very pivotal moment and moving forward as we move to Belém and later and beyond. As we all know, Africa faces a unique paradox. We are a continent rich in biodiversity, vast forests, and vital ecosystems that help stabilize the planet, not to mention a continent rich with the minerals essentially for energy transition. Yet, we find ourselves in the edge of a climate crisis that's not our making. Our rural farmers, urban communities which we represent, indigenous communities and coastlines bear the brunt of intensifying climate impacts, threatening lives and livelihoods. And for Africa, adaptation isn't optional or a side issue. It's fundamental to our survival and development. We therefore need adaptation solutions tailored to our realities, ones that builds on our strengths, our traditional knowledge, and our innovative capacities to face the unprecedented. At PACJA, that is at Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, and as civil society at large, we believe financing should be determined based on the needs, aspirations, and priorities by frontline communities. We know this because we work with communities across Africa to build resilience in ways that make sense locally. We advocate for policies that position adaptation at the forefront, not as an afterthought. We amplify the voices of local organizations and grassroots leaders in these discussions so global commitments reflect the priorities on the ground. But this work demands resources from beyond what's currently available. COP29's discussions on the new collective quantified goal offer a critical moment to reshape global financing in a way that truly addresses needs. It is essential then that adaptation finances need-based, mobilized from public finances in global north, being grant-based, resources that consider the private sector as a third or fourth solution and not first solution. We reject loans or any type of debt instrument for a continent that has had no role in warming this planet. We refuse to borrow from the arsonist to put out fire that is not our doing. We demand these finances be directed first and foremost toward those who are most exposed to climate risk and least able to adapt. This means then moving beyond fragmented and delayed funding and toward a reliable, affordable, accessible, and timely flow of finance that reflect the actual scales of the crisis. Only then can we unlock the potential of adaptation to secure our continent's future. The global goal on adaptation, while holding promise, it's time to go beyond vague targets and empty promises, as you have seen time and again. We need global goal on adaptation that is practical and accounts for Africa's unique vulnerabilities and tracks progress in a way that respects our diverse needs and aspirations. Adaptation must be approached holistically, integrating food security, health, and sustainable livelihoods to offer a real pathway to resilience. To make this vision a reality, we need stronger partnerships that come with resolve, united by a common goal to save the planet while safeguarding Africa's interest. We call on our allies, that is from governments, regional institutions, civil society, private sector, and others to help build the adaptive capacity for Africa that needs. And we need them to ensure that resources reach the grassroots level where adaptation is most urgently needed. Finally, we must emphasize that Africa's resilience is not just an African concern, it's a global one. The solutions we champion today will shape not only our future, but future stability and the sustainability of our planet. Should I continue? I have only one paragraph to go. I had paused because the coordinator of KAOSK has joined us, and I had a very good statement to give him. So as I conclude, I want to say that it is our hope that COP29 delivers an ambitious package as it is outlined in the impeccable African position, and as the COP president said that first day, and based on our COP29 position, which I will be delighted to hand over to the coordinator of KAOSK, that we need really to work together. Let us not leave COP29 without securing the commitments our continent needs to thrive in the face of change. I want to thank you, but as I sit down, Madam Commissioner, I would want you to allow me to hand over this position to the coordinator of the Committee of Heads of State and the Government on Climate Change, His Excellency President Ruto, who is ably represented by our Cabinet Secretary, now I'm a Kenyan now, by our Cabinet Secretary, His Excellency Musalia Mudavadi. Please.
So I will take this opportunity to welcome the Prime Cabinet Secretary, who is representing His Excellency President Ruto, and also the Minister, his colleague from the Minister of Environment of the Republic of Kenya. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Mitika, for your remarks. You are highlighting the need for Africa to demand justice and support to confront the climate crisis and the finance gap required to implement our NDC. You also came out very clearly, and we know that our common message here is adaptation, adaptation, adaptation. So with this, without further ado, I also have the Minister of Environment of the Republic of Uganda, who is also have a pressing agenda. I would like to invite him before I pass the floor to the other speakers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My speech is going to be on confronting climate extremes and leveraging early warning systems for a resilient Africa. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen, it is both a privilege and an honor for me to join you today to address one of the most urgent challenges of our time. That is climate extremes and the critical role of early warning systems in building a resilient Africa. As we gather here, we face an undeniable reality. The climate crisis is here, impacting every facet of our life across our continent, from agriculture and water resources to health and infrastructure. Africa is one of the most climate vulnerable regions in the world. Communities across the continent face severe recurrent climate shocks, from prolonged droughts and floods to cyclones and heat waves. These extreme weather events not only cause immediate devastation, but also hinder long-term development, exacerbate poverty, and create cycles of vulnerability and disproportionately affect marginalized populations. In recent years, we have witnessed worsening droughts in East Africa, devastating cyclones in Southern Africa that now extend to equatorial region, floods in West and East Africa, and heat waves in North Africa, leaving millions displaced, crops destroyed, and infrastructure severely damaged. These events are increasing in both frequency and intensity, with the projections indicating that climate extremes will only intensify in the coming decades, putting even greater stress on African societies and economies. To adapt to this new normal, we must shift from reactive crisis management to proactive climate resilience. Early warning systems are critical in this transformation, equipping communities with the information they need to anticipate, prepare for, and effectively respond to climate hazards. Early warning systems are a proven, cost-effective approach to reducing disaster risk and building resilience. When properly implemented, early warning systems save lives, reduce economic losses, and protect livelihoods by providing communities with timely, actionable information. With this information, governments, business, and individuals can take preventing measures, strengthening their resilience and limiting long-term impacts of climate extremes. For Africa, the benefits of early warning systems extend beyond immediate disaster prevention. They empower communities with the knowledge to plan agricultural cycles, manage water resources, protect infrastructure, and reduce health risks associated with climate events. A well-coordinated early warning system is essential for rural communities that rely on rain-fed agriculture, and for coastal cities vulnerable to sea level and flooding. The National Meteorological and Hydrological Services are in the value chain of the early warning systems through the monitoring, detection, analysis, and the forecasting of the hydrometeorological hazards. These require an enhanced observation network, capacity for forecasting skills, and dissemination of accurate impact-based products and services. The African Ministerial Conference on Meteorology plays a crucial role in supporting national meteorological and hydrological services in Africa, particularly in enhancing early warning systems. AMCOMET was established to improve the delivery of weather, climate, and hydrological services across the continent. By supporting AMCOMET, it addresses the growing need for accurate, timely meteorological information, which is critical for early warnings about extreme weather, water, and climate-related hazards. AMCOMET works to strengthen the technical capacity by providing training, and this helps to produce accurate forecasts and warnings, improving disaster preparedness and response. One of the pillars of AMCOMET relates to promoting data sharing and collaboration. By encouraging continent-wide network of meteorological information, NMHS can enhance regional early warning capabilities and create more comprehensive understanding of the weather and the climate patterns. Furthermore, AMCOMET advocates for the integration of meteorological services in national and regional disaster management frameworks. This strengthens collaboration between international organizations like the World Meteorological Organization and the African Union to bring technical expertise and additional resources to NMHS. These partnerships enable us to access cutting-edge tools and technologies for monitoring and forecasting weather events. These activities of AMCOMET in supporting national meteorological and hydrological services play a vital role in building resilience to the impacts of extreme weather and climate events. Yeah? Okay. Reducing vulnerability to disasters and improving public safety. In conclusion, Africa's path to resilience in the face of climate extremes will not be easy, but it is possible. By investing in early warning systems, we are investing in the future, a future where African communities are not just surviving climate shocks, but thriving despite them. Early warning systems are a cornerstone of resilience, offering practical and a proven approach to reducing risk and empowering communities. As we move forward, let us commit to building a resilient Africa together. By working collectively, governments, development partners, private sector, and the local communities can transform how we confront the climate crisis. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The time is against us, is not our friend. And I will now call Dr. Klatete, United Nations Under Secretary, because you have another commitment. Please try to be as brief as possible because we have African Development Bank and the Afrexim Bank. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner Sako. And good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Ministers present. I just wanted to say that it's an honor for me to join you on this day, Africa Day, at COP29. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. I say it's an honor for me to join you on this Africa Day at COP29 to deliberate on the vital theme, scaling up financing for climate adaptation and green growth in Africa. I wish to begin by extending my gratitude to all colleagues and partner organizations for convening this timely forum to address Africa's urgent climate finance needs. Today we are meeting in Baku, a city that, like many others, bears the marks of climate impacts. From changing sea levels to shifting weather patterns, it reminds us that climate change is a present and pressing reality for every nation. Yet we are off track on all the measures and targets, from financing to adaptation to resilient building. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, the daily realities grow worse when it comes to African continent. African economies lose up to 5% of their GDP on average annually because of the climate-related disruptions. And while African countries require adequate, predictable, and accessible finance, the structure of existing climate finance continues to perpetuate inequities. Today, much of the available climate funding is dispersed as loans and not as grants, adding to Africa's already high debt levels. We should not continue to settle for this way of doing business. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to address our climate and economic challenges, the Economic Commission for Africa presents 5 critical policy priorities that outline a path towards an empowered, climate-resilient Africa. First, we must leverage Africa's critical minerals to drive a green economic transformation. Africa's wealth of clean energy sources, combined with the critical minerals, has the potential to power a climate-resilient future. The battery and electric vehicle industries, expected to be worth trillions of US dollars by 2050, demonstrate Africa's strategic role in the global green transition. Through initiatives like the DRC and Zambia's collaboration on a special economic zone for battery value chains, Africa can lead in clean energy production, create jobs, and promote sustainable economic growth. Second, it is imperative that we enhance Africa's carbon capture potential through structured, nature-based solutions. Africa's ecosystems, particularly the Congo Basin, hold vast capacity for carbon storage, which has the capacity to mobilize up to 82 billion US dollars per year through high-integrity carbon credits. Yet, to ensure that Africa's carbon markets benefit African countries and communities, we need a robust and transparent system. And this is why the ECA supported initiatives like the Congo Basin Climate Commission's carbon market protocols to build a market that both safeguards Africa's interests and contributes to global climate goals. We are replicating these efforts in the Sahel region and African island states. We cannot afford a situation where Africa receives less than $10 per ton of carbon, while it is over 100 in other regions. Properly harnessed, these assets can secure the compensation for Africa's vital ecosystem services. Third, we must commit to establish the new collective quantified goal, a goal that is based on real needs, which is estimated at $1.3 trillion for Africa. Available financing continues to fall short, and our public finances must be complemented by private funds to build resilience, protect diversity, and foster climate-responsive development. Fourth is accelerating the clean energy transition for Africa's long-term economic resilience and prosperity. The transition to renewable energy excellences is unstoppable. Already, electricity from new wind and solar installations is more cost-effective than fossil fuels in many regions. As the world moves towards a green economy, Africa has a chance to position itself at the forefront. With coordinated policies and investment, Africa can become a global hub to renewable energy, ensuring that our economies benefit from the transition while safeguarding the environment. Finally, is the need for urgent, decisive action to limit greenhouse gas emissions and avoid the irreversible impacts of climate change. Africa, despite its minimal contribution to global emissions, is committed to doing its part. I'm almost finishing. However, we call upon global partners to match this commitment with actionable support, because delaying increases risks for all. And the ECA remains committed to joining hands with our partners, namely the African Union, the African Development Bank, AUDA NEPAD, Afrexim Bank, and many other stakeholders to establish an equitable approach to scaling climate finance for Africa. For the cost of inaction is far greater than the investment required to build a resilient and prosperous future for Africa today. Together, we can work to ensure a sustainable future for Africa and the world. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Yeah. Sorry. No, it's okay.
No, because you say I'm always finishing. That's why I stood up. Yeah. You think I'm always finished. So I stood up. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor, for this, for sharing with us all this experience on leveraging Africa critical minerals and also the African carbon structure. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I would like to invite now the African Development Bank. Dr. Adesina is being represented by his Vice President for your statement. My brother, please, you have the floor.
Honorable Prime Cabinet Secretary, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I'll try and be very precise because that's what I've been asked to do. I am honored to be here on behalf of Dr. Kiwumi Adesina, the President of the African Development Bank Group, to warmly welcome you to this year's Africa Day at the African Pavilion here at COP29. This shared space provides a home away from home for African governments as well as institutions, and embodies our unified vision for Africa's future. A vision that is grounded on resilience, growth, and sustainability. And as we gather here for the climate COP here in Baku, let us also remember the immense climate challenges that Africa and much of the developing world faces today. Extreme weather events, we've heard about them, continue to strike with the relentless frequency, devastating communities, destroying infrastructure, and costing lives. Recently, the UN Climate Gap report confirmed that the world is already 1.3 degrees Celsius warmer and is on an alarming trajectory towards surpassing the 1.5 to 2 degrees threshold. Therefore, although Africa has historically contributed only about 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions, it bears a disproportionate share of the impacts. Today, the African Development Bank estimates that the continent will require an average of $277 billion through 2030 to meet Africa's climate goal. Yet Africa only receives about $30 billion, or approximately 3% of global climate finance, which is a mere tenth of the continent's adaptation and mitigation needs, which corroborates the recent NDC synthesis report to the effect of climate ambition remains unmet and that the promises of climate finance have fallen short. It is therefore timely that today we are here to advance the conversation on the new collective quantified goal for climate finance. Our hope is that we will move from millions and billions to trillions that Africa truly needs for its climate action. The success of COP29, which is branded as a finance COP, will therefore largely depend on the level of ambition of the new financing goal. On its part, and I'll be very brief here, the African Development Bank has already taken bold and ambitious steps in mobilizing or allocating 55% of our investment as climate finance. And this MARQ is growing from 9% in 2016 and also becoming the first multilateral development bank to surpass parity between adaptation and mitigation finance. Of course, we know that this is not enough. What is required is a step change in mobilizing climate finance under the aegis of the Paris Agreement. This is particularly germane to Africa, as the continent already incurs 15% of its GDP to combat the impacts of climate change. So what I say in my conclusion, because I don't want to go through a long speech, is that there are a number of efforts that the bank is making to increase Africa's climate finance from the current 3% to 10% by 2030. And this includes the Climate Action Window, which you heard about today, and which we have launched the Technical Assistance Sub-Window. There is also the effort to rechannel the special drawing rights through MDBs, which in my view, and which we are championing with the Inter-American Development Bank. And this, in my view, will enable the mobilization of transformational amounts of climate finance. And in a nutshell, I would say that I hope that these African Development Bank efforts and the proceeds from the new collective quantified goal on climate finance will afford Africa ramped up climate finance for Africa's climate action. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the African Development Bank, for these important remarks which you highlighted the bank's innovation in climate finance. You also shared with us your bold and ambitious step that the bank is taking. The first multilateral development bank to support adaptation and mitigation, and also the increase African climate finance from 3% to 10%. Thank you very much for your commitment on climate agenda. So now let me invite His Excellency Professor Benedito Orama, my dear brother. Excellency, it is a great honor that we welcome Professor Benedito Orama, the esteemed president of the African Import and Export Bank, the Afrexim Bank. Today we will be gracious. We will graciously share his insights, perspective on the transformative potential of African trade, particularly in enhancing the continent's resilience to climate change. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to you, Your Excellency Professor Benedict Oramah, for joining us today. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, my dear sister, Your Excellencies, the Honorable Ministers, African Union Commission Commissioners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm highly honored by the opportunity to address this esteemed audience on a matter that can define the future of Africa and indeed the world. I would like to express my profound appreciation to the African Union Commission for putting this session together. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the issue of financing climate adaptation in Africa and the island states of the Caribbean has become an emergency. To those outside of our continent and the Caribbean, it is just one of those issues to put on the table for discussion and move on. But to us, it is an existential issue that requires immediate action. Our continent is already experiencing widespread damages, physical, emotional, and financial losses attributable to climate change, and arising from activities of others and not us. Prolonged droughts, rising sea levels, coastal and inland flooding, erosion, rising salinity in low-lying cities, loss of biodiversity, heavy rains, and reduced food production are increasingly becoming the new normal. Agricultural productivity in Africa has also reduced by over 30% since 1961 due to climate change. This scale of reduction is more than seen in any other region of the world. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, timely and decisive action offers several opportunities for growth and modernization in several areas, including promoting low emission and resilient climate infrastructure, drawing on untapped economic potential, driving exciting new technological developments, and building more inclusive societies. Climate action, green growth, and associated promotion of green value chains will contribute to sustainable development through reduction in adverse environmental impacts across the value chain, while at the same time ensuring sustainable use of natural resources. For a continent that is home to a variety of minerals that are essential to decarbonization, such as lithium, copper, nickel, and so on, developing regional value chains and localizing value addition for these products presents enormous opportunities for sustainable growth and trade. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, efforts directed at addressing climate change and related challenges, in addition to transitioning to green growth, require active participation of all stakeholders, including the private sector. Indeed, financial resources and sound investments are critical to addressing climate change, lowering emission and encouraging adaptation, as well as building resilience. It is estimated that Africa needs between $1.3 trillion and $1.6 trillion in total climate financing every year till 2030. These are mind-boggling amounts we cannot expect to see anytime soon. But loss and damage, perhaps exceeding these amounts, continue to intensify. Waiting for the unbelievers to voluntarily pay up for the damage they caused and continue to cause is akin to behaving like Nero playing the fiddle as Rome burned. We must collectively find ways to leverage these payments that we need. We should fully support the Fund for Response to Loss and Damage by presenting the countries that have made about $700 million in commitment to honor their obligations without further delay. We should also push hard for those who have not made commitments to do so. We should devise commercial means that will enable us to take control of funding the recovery from loss and damage. We should find a ways to adopt commercial burden sharing. This will include using commercial climate insurance with premiums paid by the developed economies to be able to manage the loss and damage that arise from climate change. Those who have caused the problem will be required to pay the premium, while the insurance will cover all the countries that are in the south who suffer from climate disasters. We may also use the Africa Energy Bank to attract investments to be used in dealing with this issue. The Africa Energy Bank is a bank that has been created by African Export-Import Bank and the African Petroleum Producers Organization, intended to assist African petroleum producing countries to transition in an orderly way to greener climate situation. In conclusion, let me reiterate that climate finance needs are enormous, and the public sector has been a dominant player in climate finance flows across the continent, contributing over 6 times more than the private sector. With climate finance needs expected to increase significantly in the coming years, I use this opportunity to rally the private sector to step up and contribute to scaling up the financing that is required. This can be done using so many and several commercial-based means of financing that will make it attractive for private sector in developed countries to participate without being coaxed. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, dear brother, Professor. Thanks for your great remarks, and also to try to share with us what is happening in the climate financing in the 2 regions, Africa and the Caribbean. You said the Caribbean, they are ready, meaning that they are running. We are not ready, meaning that we are walking. So please, Africa, let's run so that we can save life and we can save our economy. With this, I will now remove my coat of commissioner, and I will deliver the statement of my boss, the chairperson, who, due to his pressing agenda, could not be here. You know that we are going to have the G20, so he's preparing to go to Brazil for the G20. So let me read the statement of the chairperson. Excellencies, ministers, distinguished participants, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. It is my pleasure to address Your Excellencies at this auspicious occasion of the African Day during COP29 here in Azerbaijan on a very topical issue of climate finance for Africa. Despite being very low polluter, it was also said by the previous speakers, African countries are on the front line of climate change, facing increasingly frequent and severe climate shocks, which are claiming thousands of lives and also inflicted billions of dollars in damage to infrastructures. Indeed, no part of the continent has been spared from the adverse impact of climate change and economic cost massive. The African Union Commission biannual review for the implementation of Sendai framework estimated that in 2022 alone, weather, climate, and water-related hazards on our continent cost more than 8.5 billion US dollar in economic damage. Excellencies, Africa countries need up to 2.8 trillion by 2030 to implement the climate plans outlined in their national determined contribution, the NDCs, and about 1.3 billion annually to meet the sustainable development goal and as well as our Agenda 2063. At present, just 3% of the global climate finance is invested in Africa. Additional resources must be leveraged to enable African countries to simultaneously address challenges resulting from climate change and socio-economic disruption and accelerate economic development and the achievement of the aspiration of Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goal. Increasing Africa's access to finance is therefore critical, and I call on all parties to assist more climate funding for Africa, especially in adaptation, which is Africa's priority. Excellencies, with about 70% of infrastructure yet to be built and an endowment of natural resources worth over 2.6 trillion, Africa is a continent of opportunity for the fulfillment of climate ambition. This potential of Africa to provide solution to the world was also well articulated during the first African Climate Summit held in Nairobi, Kenya. Excellencies, in addition to improve access to climate finance, Africa should prioritize investments in climate technologies such as weather and the climate information service and early warning system to anticipate and act early on climate-related events. Innovative products such as disaster risk financing should be adopted as solution to minimize losses by the government when climate-related disasters occur. In addition, governments should consider lobbying for an international goal on adaptation finance that is distinct from the general climate finance goal. I urge multilateral development banks to play a critical role in enhancing adaptation financing by scale up their adaptation finance to be as part of mitigation finance. Excellencies, let me conclude by urging our member states to ensure that Africa leaves the COP29 here in Baku with gain and concrete achievement that will be remembered in the history. We really need action. I thank you very much for your kind attention. With this, it is now, I have an honor to invite His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary and the Secretary of Foreign Affairs and the Diaspora Diaspora Affairs. Over to you, Excellency.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Africans, friends of Africa, and all participants present. I welcome you all to this important event, the Africa Day at the 29th Conference of the Parties, COP29, to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. During the second meeting of the Committee of African Heads of States on Climate Change in September and on the margins of the 79th United Nations General Assembly, UNGA, in New York, we adopted the African Common Position for COP29. We thank our dedicated African group of negotiators on climate change and the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment, with the support of the African Union Commission, for leading the development of our common position. We have another opportunity to advance and consolidate this common African position here in Baku. In February and September this year, we underscored the need to maintain Africa's bold leadership position through the Nairobi Declaration, which the AU Assembly endorsed. The climate positive growth approach is a framework and a blueprint for Africa's economic growth and development. This is particularly urgent as climate impacts are intensifying across the continent. Southern Africa is facing devastating droughts, while the Sahel and West Africa are grappling with floods that have displaced hundreds of thousands. North Africa is battling heat waves and desertification, demonstrating the need for resilient, sustainable interventions. Africa is one of the most affected regions by climate change, even though its current and historical greenhouse gas emissions are minuscule globally. However, the region received only 20% of international adaptation finance flows, that is $13 billion in 2021 to 2022. Many African nations are grappling with the profound impact of climate change, hindered by limited financial and technical resources. Addressing these challenges necessitates a significant boost in institutional capacity and expertise to effectively implement strategies for loss and damage. This includes adequate, predictable, and available climate finance, enhanced data protection and monitoring systems, and technical skills for assessing and managing climate impacts. Commitment to financing climate action has, however, remained elusive. With Baku poised to secure a commitment of 1.3 trillion under the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, the failure of developed countries to deliver on the $100 billion per year pledged in 2009 should not be lost to the global leadership. Global climate finance for adaptation was supposed to double by 2025, but it is declining, jeopardizing the achievement of sustainable development goals and threatening the investment already made in resilient solutions under Africa Agenda 2063. Without investing in adaptation, Africa cannot capitalize on opportunities to create jobs, spur green growth, and avoid losses. The growing debt burden compounds the lack of green investment. Poorer countries, most of which are in Africa, spend 5 times as much on debt repayments as they do on climate action, which limits scaled-up tangible action to cope with climate change and restore and manage ecosystems. Carbon markets are innovative in securing decarbonization targets and have grown rapidly in recent years. However, they remain poorly developed in Africa, and the region has not reaped commensurate technological and financial support to develop low-carbon resilient infrastructure and compensation for its vast carbon sinks and pools in its forests and water resources, including the Congo Basin. This also calls for urgently launching the Measuring the Green Wealth of Nations, Natural Capital, and Economic Productivity in Africa. In fact, we have just come from that event. Meaningful investments in Africa's resources, whether in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, green transport, or nature-based solutions, are key to ensuring effective climate adaptation. These investments will enable low-carbon, climate resilient development not only for Africa, but also for the global community. Last month, Kenya hosted an investment forum in partnership with the International Renewable Agency, IRENA, for the Accelerated Partnership Renewals in Africa, APRA, which we launched at COP28. Africa's energy systems require significant investments to tackle pervasive energy poverty and meet the demands of our growing population. Last year, global investment in the energy transition reached a record $1.8 trillion, a 17% increase from 2022. However, Africa attracted less than 3% of this spending, accounting for only 0.6%, that is 2.6 gigawatts of 473 gigawatts of new global renewable energy capacity in 2023. This stark disparity must be addressed. The APRA initiative, launched at COP28, aims to address this imbalance by accelerating the mobilization of finance, technical assistance, and private sector engagement. The Investment Forum presents Africa's abundant renewable energy potential and mineral wealth as key drivers of resilient, inclusive economies. On the international financial reform agenda, a central theme of the Nairobi Declaration, I am pleased to report progress on two initiatives launched at COP28, the Global Solidarity Levies Task Force and the Expert Review on Debt, Nature and Climate. These initiatives are gaining traction, with many countries joining to support sustainable development, climate action, and nature conservation. As climate-related shocks become more frequent and severe, coupled with high debt servicing, government spending on green resilience is constrained. High interest rates and credit downgrades also make refinancing costly. Therefore, we must continue to advocate for debt sustainability and the reform of the international financial systems to ensure climate justice. At COP29, we expect to make progress in addressing the outstanding issues that are preventing agreement on the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, the global goal on adaptation and loss of damage financing. As I conclude, I call on all of us to collectively leverage the Africa Day and all engagements during this COP29 in Baku to amplify the common positions and voices on those crucial aspects of the Paris Agreement and Africa's reality. I thank you for your attention. Well, I was about to forget something. I therefore declare the proceedings and this day open. Thank you.
take your seats. I don't even know where I put this in. Okay. Please, can you take your seat, please? We want to continue our meeting. I would like to invite Auda Nepad to stay. The speaker, Auda Nepad, the director of AMSEN, Afreximbank, ADB, to come in front. Auda Nepad, over to you to deliver your message. Which plan? The name, Kenya, Musalia, Honorable Musalia, Madavadi. So come.
I don't know. Just ask her what it is all about. Yeah, but you know, we have Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I think, you know, we can sit down. I am not going to be making a long speech. It's going to be very brief. Excellencies, distinguished leaders, esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great privilege to address you today on behalf of the African Union Development Agency, the premier development agency of the African Union, and as we gather to confront one of the most pressing challenges of our time, which is climate change. We've been hearing one speaker after another talking about this challenge and the need for finance. We acknowledge the appeals and requests of heads of state in the plenary setting of COP29, calling for collective response to this crisis, particularly through adaptation, which will define for us the future of millions across Africa and beyond. Excellencies, it's very important that we understand and we give a human face to this crisis. For Africa, adaptation means more than simply reacting to disasters. It's about preparing for the future by integrating climate resilience into every aspect of our economies and development strategies. It means climate-smart agriculture, to empower our farmers, to feed our populations despite unpredictable weather patterns. It means building resilient infrastructure that can withstand floods, droughts, and rising sea levels and help us in our socioeconomic transformation. It means equipping our communities, especially the most vulnerable. And I'll repeat, it means equipping our communities, especially the most vulnerable, with the tools and resources they need to withstand and recover quickly from climate shocks. Adaptation is also about innovation. It's about developing African-led solutions that blend indigenous knowledge with cutting-edge technologies. Across the continent, ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing remarkable examples of adaptation, from solar-powered irrigation systems in the Sahel to community-driven mangrove restoration projects along our coast. These are the kinds of solutions that will enable Africa not just to survive, but to thrive in a changing climate. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and despite these efforts, financing for adaptation remains critically inadequate. According to the Global Center on Adaptation, the nationally determined contributions of 51 African countries indicate a need for 580 billion in investments for adaptation from 2020 to 2030. However, Africa currently receives only about 11 billion annually for this purpose. If this trend persists, by 2030, cumulative adaptation financing will total just 125 billion, which is less than a quarter of what the continent requires to thrive. The funding gap calls for an urgent and collective action. We must intensify our commitment, scale up our investments, and drive our initiatives to new heights. It's just not enough to do what is comfortable or familiar. We must push beyond our current limits to ensure a future where Africa not only adapts but also thrives. We also need to build our national institutions in order to be able to adapt and thrive, including setting up national commissions, labs to strengthening planning, monitoring, and reporting, like what has been proposed by Malawi and Liberia in their speeches today. In closing, I would like to highlight that Auda NEPA's effort through the establishment of the Auda NEPA Center of Excellence on Climate Adaptation and Resilience, located in Cairo. This center is dedicated to enhancing capacity building, knowledge sharing, and it's going to serve as a knowledge repository for innovation in climate adaptation across Africa. It will play a critical role in equipping African nations with the tools and expertise needed to integrate climate adaptation into their national development strategies, because this is vital and critical. We need these adaptation strategies to be really mainstream, not only in the plans, but also in the budgeting processes. Through this center and other flagship initiatives, such as the climate smart agriculture and resilient infrastructure development, Auda NEPAD is committed to partnering with our member states and international stakeholders. The challenge of climate adaptation is simply too vast for any one country or region to tackle alone. Through partnership with governments, international institutions, the private sector, and civil society, Africa is positioned not only to be just a recipient of adaptation solutions, but also bring about technologies, innovations, and new homegrown solutions from within, and shaping not only Africa's trajectory into the socio-economic transformation, the Africa we want, but also support the global prosperity and global growth. Let us work together to turn challenges into opportunities and to ensure a resilient, sustainable, and prosperous future for Africa and the world. Africa is ready, and the rest of the world should also be accompanying Africa and be ready to make sure that, you know, the world in general doesn't become extinct. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my sister and colleague, for these great remarks, and also for really make the emphasis during your remark on the importance of adaptation. You're saying that climate adaptation is also climate resilience, is also climate smart agriculture, it has a socio-economic importance, and is keeping our community equipped. And also innovation, it's in the adaptation if we can use indigenous knowledge to share our distance. With this, I would like to thank you for all this commitment and progress you've been doing through our continental agency, the NEPAD. Thank you, sister. Let me invite now the representative of AMCEN. Please be very, very short because we don't have much time.
Thank you, Ambassador. Your Excellency, Ambassador Sako, Commissioner of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Development, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, all protocols observed. I am Mansour Desi. I am AMCEN focal point for Ethiopia and the AMCEN presidency. I am delivering this report on behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Filsom Assefa, the Minister of Planning and Development and AMCEN President. She was here, unfortunately, in the very beginning. Unfortunately, due to some time delay, she left the room because of the overlapping meeting where she organized a high-level event with the presence of our President. I wish to provide an update on the outcomes of the 10th special session of AMCEN that was held in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire from August 30 up to September 6. The 10th special session of AMCEN has an expert segment from 3rd to the 4th September, and also a ministerial segment on the 5th and 6th of September. It also observed, and also it was preceded by the 12th Conference of Climate Change and Development in Africa that was organized in collaboration with ECA. It also being preceded by the preparatory session, regional session of the UNCD COP16 that was all feed into the and inform the decisions of the 10th special session of the AMCEN. The 10th special session adopted a declaration, one declaration, and 3 decisions that critically guide the Africa's position and action against climate change, land degradation, combating desertification. These decisions and declaration are the Abidjan Declaration on raising Africa's ambition to reduce desertification, land degradation, and drought. That is, we call it Abidjan Declaration. The first decision is about decision on opportunities to raise ambition to combat desertification and land degradation and enhance drought resilience in Africa. The second decision is a decision on advancing Africa's common positions as a conference of parties and meetings that will be held in this year, in 2024. And the third decision was on climate change. On Abidjan Declaration, the declaration reiterated Africa's call for legally binding protocol on drought management and enhancing resilience. It also called for strengthening global and regional partnerships to tackle desertification, land degradation, and drought, as well as climate change. and also encouraged member states to allocate domestic resources towards combating desertification and enhancing resilience through sustainable land management. The decisions, the Abidjan Declaration also further encouraged regional cooperation, information sharing, and innovation to enhance sustainable land management strategies. The first decision on the opportunities to raise ambition to combat desertification and land degradation and enhance the drought resilience in Africa, among other matters, underscored the interlinkage between drought, climate change, and land degradation and desertification and biodiversity conservation. It also urged member states to prioritize and harmonize national and regional action plans to combat desertification and etc. Okay. So yes, the second decision is also advancing Africa's common position, which is a very critical and important for this session, endorses the common position of Africa that was developed by the African Group of Negotiators and on desertification, biodiversity, and also climate change. It urges the African Group of Negotiators to continue advancing Africa's common position, taking into account the interests of all African states in the forthcoming COP29, COP16 of the CBD, COP16 of the desertification, and etc. It also urges the member states and the regional communities to work together around addressing these issues. The decision on climate change, that is the basic thing that I have to raise here. This decision urged the implementation of global stocktake outcomes in manner that address the sustainable development challenges in Africa and also low carbon development in this regard. It also called for the adoption of an ambitious and outcome-based new collective quantified goal on climate change, which is a critical matter that we expect here in this regard. Furthermore, the decision on climate change called on COP29 to launch work on the special needs and circumstances of Africa. That was also bring it forward since some time before. Finally, in conclusion, the AMCEN presidency would like to reiterate the importance of strengthening the implementation of AMCEN decisions, and also this is essential for achieving the goals of Agenda 2063, and advancing sustainable development in Africa through enhancing regional collaboration. Ethiopia presented this report to the special extraordinary session of the African Commission that was, of course, chaired by our ambassador here, and it was endorsed by the ministerial level. We expected to be further considered in the head of states and governments of the member states in the coming months. Finally, we plan to have a consultative meeting of the AMCEN on the 17th of November, that member states are invited to attend that meeting. I thank you.
Thank you, the representative of AMCEN, for sharing with us this important report, and we look forward to submit it in February during the summit for adoption. I will now invite my dear sister from Afreximbank to come and share with us how much Afreximbank is giving us on the carbon trade. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Olungoti Doati, and I'm here to represent Afreximbank to speak on the topic of sustainable finance and trade, and how we can integrate sustainable finance mechanisms into trade policies to support climate adaptation and climate resilience financing on the continent. Afreximbank, as you all know, is recognized as a trade finance bank for Africa, and we have been working keenly to develop various policies to ensure intra-Africa trade to increases from 15% where we have it right now to about 25% by 2026. We believe that in ensuring that we promote intra-Africa trade, we would also be driving climate resilience and also reducing global greenhouse gas emissions across the continent. We have developed several policies to support the transformation of Africa's economic landscape and to promote climate resilience. We have worked very keenly with the African Union, supporting the 10-year strategic plan on social and solidarity economy that was adopted in August 2024. As you know, this plan seeks to promote a people-centric economic model oriented towards social justice, decent work, aligned with the AU Agenda 2023. And some of the trade policies that we've been able to develop working alongside the AU includes modernizing services, regulations, trade in supporting global and regional integration to economic communities. We've also been able to support trade negotiations via the development of national investment and export strategies. We've also supported the development of national industrialization strategies that integrate and promote Africa trade. We've also supported a lot of industrial strategies to boost export manufacturing on the continent. All these policies that we've promoted, like I mentioned earlier, has been geared towards facilitating intra-Africa trade. We see ourselves as the AFCFTA champion. And in this regard, Afreximbank has committed over $1 billion to support the financing of the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund. We've also provided $10 million grants to facilitate the establishment and operationalization of that fund. Why we've done this is to ensure that we are able to increase the continent's manufacturing and production capacity. We believe that by reducing the need for exporting unprocessed commodities to the West and returning to Africa processed goods, we would have helped to mitigate and reduce greenhouse gas emissions that has been caused by sea voyages to and fro from the continent. Another measure that we put in place to boost intra-Africa trade and to support and spur manufacturing of the continent has been the development of a Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS. We believe that by ensuring that African countries can trade with each other without the need to convert into currencies, foreign currencies, we boost intra-African trade significantly and we boost manufactured exports within the region. Some of the other things we've done is through our financing programs, which we are known for. Afreximbank has developed a $500 million concessional facility, and this was approved by the board of the bank recently to be deployed from 2025 to boost climate and sustainable trade finance across the continent. We believe that we'll be able to inject much needed liquidity to areas that are currently starved of funds to be able to support climate finance transactions and to promote meaningful trade on the continent. I will also want to highlight some of the things we've done within the renewable energy and energy efficient transition space, where we've been able to support the financing of various projects across the continent, disbursing over $3 billion in funds to support renewable energy and energy transition projects. We've been able to support the disbursement and the development of solar projects across most of our member countries. For example, I refer to Cameroon, where we supported the development of 200 solar photovoltaic power generation stations. Benin Republic, where we supported the development of a solar PV plant, and in Rwanda, where we supported the development of a mini hydro plant. We believe all these investments that Afreximbank has made has gone a long way to boost renewable energy across the continent. I would also like to close by mentioning what we've done within the climate adaptation and resilience phase. We've worked with the government of Kenya to develop a pilot 800 million Kenyan climate change adaptation facility to support the development of 200 irrigation schemes under a public-private partnership. As we know, one of the greatest consequences of climate change to the continent has been the challenge of food security. Under this, Afreximbank has been able to develop a $2 billion export agriculture for food security program to boost intra-African trade in food commodities. And we've deployed this currently in 3 pilot countries, in Chad, in Zimbabwe, and in Malawi, with the aim of ensuring that Africa becomes self-sufficient in food production and even in value-added food products exports among our member countries. To close, we would not forget to highlight the relevance of Africa developing its critical minerals sector. And towards this, Afreximbank has collaborated cleanly with the Africa Union and with the Economic Commission for Africa and the Africa Finance Corporation and Badia to develop the DRC Zambia Battery Precursor Special Economic Projects, where the bank has deployed 1 million in terms of grant funding to support the development of a pre-feasibility study that would develop a special economic zone focused on battery precursor manufacturing. We believe that with this, there will be jobs generated in the excess of about 10 to 15,000 within these 2 countries, and it will also promote regional integration and lead to intra-Africa trade. To close, we would not want to de-emphasize the need to continue to promote trade and trade amongst our member countries, because if Africa is going to combat climate, we need to strengthen ability of our member countries to be able to effectively stand on their own. Whilst we know that there's been a lot of move to attract funding to the continent, we also need to boost the continent's ability to be able to effectively rise and by ourselves combat the challenges of climate change using our own internally generated resources. I want to thank you all for listening to us, and I'm very grateful to AU for inviting us to participate in the Africa Day opening session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. We know that Afreximbank is really working for the development of our continent to support Agenda 2063, and a lot that through your remarks you have shared with us most of the important thing on climate action. I thank you, and I will ask our member state to start contacting, reaching with Afreximbank for more projects on climate action. With this, I would like to invite my dear brother from ADB to come and share with us his experience on this climate funding.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for coming. It's a pleasure to be here to talk very briefly about climate finance. Well, I'll be quite brief. I chose to use presentations because I wanted to stay in our minds by the time we leave here. This is a finance COP, and so we are going to be talking about money. Where are we? Where should we be, by the time we leave this COP? And I just put in context. We have very different definitions of climate finance, but we need to be quite coherent. What do we talk, or what do we mean when we talk about climate finance? Is it all the sum totals of the money that we are spending, or is it the money that is trickling down from outside the continent that we refer to as climate finance? I think this erodes the confidence that we have and the trust in the system about that. And then we also need to know that continuing the way we are is not going to help us. Climate change is running faster than the finance and the capacity and the ability to deal with it. So it keeps going further, and we're following behind. And this COP should be able to conclude on the quantified collective global goal on climate. It's important. When you look at the climate finance in Africa over the 4 years, certain things come out there. You see that while it is increasing, it looks good, but it's not increasing fast enough. When you look at what we have over the years, you look at the flows compared to the needs, it doesn't really match at all. And many African countries have gotten into what we call the climate finance trap. You needed 5 million last year to do it. You got only 2. And the next year you needed 20 million and you got only 3. So you keep yourself in that trap. And so this is where we are. We see the mismatch between the flow and the resources that are available. But then we also know that current climate finance does not go to those who need it the most. That's the irony of it. Those who need it the most don't have it. Who are those that have it? Those that have the capacity to develop bankable projects, you know, and tech projects to the board, their boards and so on. Those are those that get it. So when you look at this graph, in terms of the NDCs, the cost of the NDCs, you find that it's still very low. What comes in compared to what is needed to implement the nationally determined contributions. So you see East Africa, West Africa, for instance, being those. You could list 10 countries in Africa that are doing well. Every climate initiative, you find them there. What of the rest? Our goal is to say that every African country has that capacity to access climate finance. And then when you look at the source of this money, it shows that for us, the public is, much of it is from the public, and then you have the private sector, which is there. But then there's an issue with this. First, when you look at, we are told definitely everywhere that public finance alone will not solve climate issues, which is true. That we need to get the private sector in, and that the private sector would contribute about 25% of what is needed. But when you look at the statistics, Latin America, private sector contribution about 50%, South Asia about 56%, Africa 14%. So we just have 14% of the private sector. What can we do to increase that private sector playing? And what are the constraints that we are having? When you look at the move, you see there's a bigger change, 90% increase between 2019-20 and 2022. So that is a big increase. What are the challenges? Risks. Everyone sees risk in Africa. When you mention investment, the first thing that comes to your mind is risky, which is really not true, because most of that risk is perceived risk. So at the African Development Bank, we're putting in quite a lot in place to assure investors that it's not as risky as it is. We have several risk guarantee instruments to bring in the private sector. We have established what we call the Africa Financial Alliance on Climate Change that brings in all the key players in the private sector to channel their flows. And we are seeing commercial banks, national development banks that are now stepping up to the plate here. I don't know if you can see this well, but one thing I wanted to raise there is, where does this money come from? 51% of our climate finance comes from the MDBs, and this comes as loans. And this is increasing the debt of countries. So our debts are not becoming sustainable because a lot of the money comes from there. We need to be able to find other ways of mobilizing resources for this. But what is the bank doing? Over the years, you see our climate finance has been increasing. Last year, we did $5.8 billion as climate finance, and that is 55%, going from 9% in 2016. So the bank is investing heavily across the continent on climate change issues, both for mitigation and adaptation. We were the first MDB that achieved parity between adaptation finance and mitigation finance. And then we have exceeded it ever since. That adaptation finance has exceeded our mitigation finance. But I want to sound a caveat here. Globally, 90% plus of climate finance goes to mitigation. Only about 10% goes to adaptation. If we box ourselves into adaptation alone, we will only be struggling for the 10% that is available. But we have opportunities, a lot of opportunities for mitigation. So I encourage us, let us see how we can take advantage of that mitigation. We talk about the carbon market, very ripe, very important. This will give us opportunities because we have things to do there. And what are the challenges we found in addressing in increasing climate flow. If you see one of the diagrams there, let me go back to this. You see, it says international sources provided 87% of climate finance. This is not true, but this is what is reported. African governments put in much more than what they get from external sources to address climate change issues. But the situation is that we don't track this. Many of our countries do not track the finances we put. So what is tracked gives a very perverted view that it is foreign monies that is really helping Africa to address climate change. We need to form mechanisms for which we can account for our financial flows. So this, we've said, there are certain risks. One, things are changing, times are changing. The solutions of yesterday will not help us. We need to think of innovative solutions to addressing climate issues. And one of them would involve the reforming of our climate finance institutions. I'm closing. Climate finance must be characterized by 4 A's. In my opinion, climate finance must be available, must be adequate, must be accessible, and must be affordable. Those are the 4 A's. If you don't remember anything else I've said, just remember that climate finance must be adequate, must be available, must be accessible, and must be affordable. Cost of capital in Africa is higher than in most places, makes it difficult for us to access funds. The current climate finance institutions will find it difficult to access funds. Sometimes it takes 4 years, sometimes more. And then the money that is there is not really adequate. We've seen that from what we've shown. We need to ramp up. I don't know how we got to 100 billion, but my statistics tells me that Africa needs about 2.8 trillion to address its climate change. That should form the basis of the NCQG. So I thank you very much. And here, I'll leave this with the first two people that we have a lot of, I didn't put them on, a lot of financing initiatives at the bank that people can draw on. This morning we launched the climate action window, the technical assistance just a facility of that, about $65 million available. So they are there. I didn't present them because we have this document that tells you the funds that we have. So you can scan it. I'll leave it here for the first two people that can get it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our bank, ADB. And thank you for sharing with us the 4 A's: adequate, available, accessible, and affordable. So we took good notes. We will like, I don't know if you left it for me or for so we will go through. We'll be happy if you can share this presentation with us at the African Union so that we can also send it to our member states. Okay, thank you. With this, let us go to the closing section. I have the director of the director of the infrastructure of our sister department, who is representing the commissioner that was here with us, but due to pressing issues, she's asked the director to do the closing section. Over to you, director.